You may be seated. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Announcements, none. Papers have been laid. Question.
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, your private notice question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity, whether in regard to the increase in the age eligibility to benefit from the basic retirement pension as announced in the budget speech 2025-2026, he will state if A, he was consulted in relation thereto, and B, any study has been carried out to assess the social impact thereof. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to all members of the National Assembly. I stand today as a Minister of Social Security, Social Integration, and National Solidarity. I'm part of the Cabinet of Ministers, and I'm part of the Alliance du Changement, which was constituted to get rid of the previous government and to bring change in this country. The question today of the PNQ relates to very important issues, very important social and historical issues. I wish to inform the House that the retirement pension in Mauritius has always meant more than just a monthly income. It is a cornerstone of our social contract and reflects our society's recognition of lifelong work and promises dignity to our elders in their final years. To understand the deepness, the depth of the issue, we must begin by looking back at the history of pension in Mauritius. Starting from the pre-independence era and the evolution of times. During the colonial period, especially in times of slavery, I need...
One moment, yes.
My question is very straightforward.
Don't imitate your friend.
My question is very straightforward. We don't need to go back
Minister, please.
to the colonial era to reply to this question.
But that's the way, Minister, yes, that's the way he feels, that he must put a context. I can't stop him.
Then I think if it's too long, you'll give me enough time to put my questions, Madam Speaker.
We will give you time. I will give you time. Minister,
Yes.
when you go back in history, don't stretch too much.
Yes. Because I noticed that when I was talking on the slavery and indentured period that I was interrupted. During this time, there were no such pensions. the only form of support available was a few years afterward, after the abolition of indentured labor, was the Commandement Fund, a rudimentary form of assistance, not a right. The idea of pensions, it must be remembered, first entered public discourse following the social unrest of sugar estate workers in 1930s. In 1979, Hooper Report, formerly titled the Report of the Commission of Inquiry into Unrest on Sugar Estate in Mauritius, recommended the introduction of old age pension, sickness insurance, and support for widows and orphans. Importantly, it stated that these protections must apply to all citizens. The first steps were taken in the 1940s, when the colonial governor appointed a committee to study the feasibility of old age pension. In 1941, the committee recommended a contributory scheme. However, it wasn't until 1950 that the government introduced non-contributory pensions as a temporary measure. Payment began in September of that year and were backdated to July. The age to qualify for this pension was 65 years at the time. Progressively, the scheme evolved. In 1953, the qualifying age was lowered to 60 for women, and the pension increased by 20 rupees. By 1957, the means test was abolished, and the pension rose to 22 rupees. In 1948, this is the most important date, the government introduced the universal pension for people aged 60 and above. At the time, there were 25,783 pensioners. Madam Speaker, the system continued to be matured. In 1965, the pension age was fixed at 60 for both men and women. The journey toward a structured social security system had gained momentum in 1958, as I mentioned, when a ministerial committee chaired by the late Honourable Guy Rosemont produced the first report proposing a modern system. A key turning point came in 1976. The National Pension Bill was presented by the then Minister of Social Security, Mr. Honourable K. Tiruvingadam. He credited the vision of Sir Sisaga Rambulam, of the trade unions of the time and the MMM of the time, who had spoken about the necessity of a pension system. After 1976, major improvement followed. In 1977, coverage reached 98% of the elderly population. In 1978, a contributory system for private sector employees was launched alongside the continued non-contributory scheme. In 1983, a tiered system of pensions amount was introduced for people aged 90 and over, and increased for different layers of our senior citizens. In 1995, a new tier was created for those over 100 years, our centenaries. From 1996, pensions amount were revised. By 2000, concern emerged as the number of registered pensioners surpassed the estimated number of elderly citizens, raising questions of potential fraud. In 2001, an actuarial reform confirmed, and analysis at the time confirmed, that the system was financially sustainable up to 2040, assuming continuous growth. Madam Speaker, I recall 2008, a pivotal year in my personal journey. As a trade unionist, I participated in difficult negotiations, which led to two major changes at the time: raising the legal retirement age at 65, while retaining the old age pension at 60. It was hard, a hard battle, one that I fought with esteemed trade unionists like Rashid Imrit and the trade union movement for this battle. I wish to highlight that in 2020, the decision, I think 2020, and I speak to all honourable members of the Assembly, and all the people of Mauritius and all the workers of Mauritius. This is a critical year for the current debate that we are having now. In 2020, the former Minister of Finance decided to stop the payment of contribution to the National Pension Fund via the National Pension Scheme. And this decision was based on erroneous finding and the fact I inquired before this PNQ, which I knew would come. I inquired with the official of my ministry. They were then informed that they were called by the then Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance asked officers of my ministry to pay 4,500 rupees, the electoral promises of the then government in 2019. They wanted to pay the 4,500 rupee from a contributory pension system. My official refused to pay the contribution of 4,500 rupees.
The pension.
The pension, because pensions are payable based on pension points of contributors. This is when my officials were nearly kicked out of the meeting, and the minister decided to eliminate the National Pension Scheme. This is the treason. This is the rupture with history. This is what happened. And as a matter of fact, the contribution accrued to the fund was stopped in September 2020. The fund value of NPF was at the time 138 billion rupees. Every year, the fund pays at around 4.5 billion in form of contributory pension. After almost 5 years, the total amount payable was around 20 billion rupees. It is to be noted that as at date, the fund value of the National Pension Fund is 160 billion rupees. Imagine what the size would have been if they didn't stop the contribution at the time. This was a crime against the working people. Instead, after dismantling the National Pension Scheme, they set up the CSG benefits. The CSG was a contribution paid by employees less than 50,000 rupees, 1.5% of their salaries, and above 50,000 rupees, it was 3%. Now, and the CSG was introduced while dismantling the National Pension Scheme for the government to honor their electoral promise. Because since this time, our elderly has become the target of, has been weaponized as an electoral tool, as an electoral weapon. Today, I am a policy maker. The current government is proposing to raise the pension eligibility to 65. This is a serious and challenging decision, not taken lightly. It is driven by the reality of fiscal constraint and demographic changes. I am a leftist. I will die a leftist. but objective facts has to be taken into consideration. We are now living in a country where life expectancy is increasing. On average, men live up to 70, men and women live around 74 years of expectancy. The extended longevity means longer retirement periods and heavier burdens on the pension system. I must stress, when in 1958, the Universal Pension System, BRP, now called BRP, was introduced, the life expectancy was in between 55 to 58 at this time. Okay? One can reason and reflect maybe of the cynical aspect of these figures, but it must, unfortunately, the debate around this pension has become distorted by those with vested interests. This group seeks to manipulate public narratives for their own benefits.
I will give you. Minister.
Let us return to the facts.
Minister,
Yes, please, madam.
If need be, I will give you more time. But perhaps at one point you can come to the reply. And some of what you're saying is probably already in your reply. But please reply. You know, little a and little b. You've almost finished what you had to say?
I started by, I have the today's paragraph. Today's paragraph I've come to right now.
Okay.
Let's just return, I would say, to the, I think it's very important to understand the social transfer in Mauritius, because pensions are part of the social transfers. And social transfers are very important and have represented, were it not the existence of social transfers, poverty would have risen to 36.4% in Mauritius. And I think the important point is we cannot ignore the dramatic shift in 2020, okay, when the NPS was abolished and when the CSG was introduced. And at the same time, when the NPF was abolished, there are two other important issues which have been brought on at the time in economic policies. First, the richest people have benefited from exonerous contribution, lack of contribution, I would say. 21 billion rupees of wage assistance scheme paid by the money of the people has been written off by the ex-Minister of Finance. This is in parallel to the dismantlement of the National Pension Scheme. Secondly, as stated by many of my colleagues, there was the introduction of the MIC to the rate of 80 billion rupees, which was meant to support big corporates, which was meant to be directed to cronies living around the previous regime. By repealing NPF, the link between work, contribution, and benefit was severed. Okay? Pension became a politically vulnerable benefit rather than a guaranteed right. Our government acknowledged the fragility of the current system. Despite intense pressure and criticism, we are looking to build a system that is equitable, sustainable, and rooted in shared responsibility between employers and workers. We believe that benefits must be predictable and fair. We have listened. We also know how deeply Mauritian values pension, not only as a financial support, but as a symbol to their contribution to the nation. It is a promise that no one will be left behind. In this context, we acknowledge the valuable input of my party, which submitted detailed proposal after the budget, and who participated almost on a daily basis to subcommittee chaired by the acting Prime Minister.
Yourself, because the question is about you. Were you consulted?
Yes, I'm coming to this. Okay. So when the budget, let me come to this. Whether I was consulted or not, I would, yes, I'm replying. I wish to highlight to the House, that the manifesto of the present alliance made mention of the necessary restructuring of the pension system. Secondly, as a minister in charge of social security, my ministry submitted proposals for the budget. But I do recognize, and I was consulted as a minister of the cabinet before the budget was presented here. I won't go into the details of cabinet decisions.
You're a member of the cabinet.
That's it. And when we analyzed the budget, my party submitted proposal to partners of the alliances. This is how alliances work. We submitted our views, and this is what I was just saying. After submitting the views, the issues about pension and the new system and what could be done to incorporate the concern and consideration of the people, what could be done was discussed for 1 week. Madam Speaker.
Minister, I'm so sorry.
We have 30 minutes.
Yeah, let me do my job, please.
Almost 25 minutes.
Will you allow me to speak?
Yeah, of course, Madam.
Okay. Minister, we have 30 minutes for this item.
Back. Good.
I have no choice but to extend that time because he hasn't been able to ask any supplementary question. You're not replying to the question, you are actually making your speech. At the same time, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you chose this particular subject, which is of course of the utmost importance, but we have a budget debate going on. You chose that, so you can't expect him to say in five minutes what...
But it's past 25 minutes.
I will give you time. I will give you time. I will give time exceptionally because the issue is so important. If everybody agrees, we will do that. I'm not going to penalize you, Leader of the Opposition. I don't normally penalize you. Yes. Try and round up. Try and round up, Minister, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I need to bring to the attention of the House that of the high level... It's important to bring to the attention of the House
Let's listen to
and the people of Mauritius that there was a high-level committee on pension reforms, okay, when the leader of opposition was in government. I won't go into the detail of the report because of time constraint, but I need to bring to the attention of the House that the terms of reference of the report was exactly on pension system and the BRP. And there were several options. I won't go into the details. Among these options were drastic changes to the BRP system.
Okay.
Okay. And this was under the MSM regime. It is important to note that when the budget was presented, people raise serious concern.
Minister, please.
And
Minister, you have to answer the question. This is a P&Q.
yes, I was
You
consulted
will-
as a cabinet minister. My party made representation and this issue was discussed lengthily. And I wish to state that after discussion between ministers and officials of the government, the cabinet took a decision on Monday 16th, 2025. Okay? And as regard to part B of the question, this is where I'm coming. The cabinet has agreed to set up two interministerial committees. One, under the chair of the Prime Minister, to look into possible support to those persons.
We know what these two committees are about. Okay.
Okay, especially, and second, an interior committee under my chairmanship to look all health-related inability
Okay.
worker to work. And this committee has been lengthily detailed yesterday
Exactly.
by the Prime Minister, and these committee, the two committees, will analyze all the impact, including the social impact,
Of course.
including the financial impact, including the future generations' interest, our children, grandchildren, and children of our grandchildren. And this would be my answer. I wish to conclude to say that my involvement in this government and does not differ from the objective I had when I was a trade unionist. And I wish to state that we as a government will recognize the right of the workers. I'm concluding.
You're not making a speech.
Yes, I'm just saying
no
that-
need to conclude.
Yeah.
He
We
will be
recognize the
asking-
right of the workers to organize and to do whatever they need to do to protect
You will be
their
up
rights
on
and
your feet
interests.
again in a minute.
Yes, madam, thank you.
Go ahead,
Ma-
go ahead. Your first supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, this is the first time that I see a minister taking so much time to reply. And in his reply, he has stated something with regard to part B of my question. So the minister is confirming that no study was carried out to assess the impact of such a measure on the population.
Question,
Can you
please.
confirm that?
Yeah.
Again?
Can you confirm? No study was carried out prior.
I must state, Madam Speaker, that presently there are 287,679 beneficiaries of the BRP. And out of these beneficiaries, we have studied that in the first year, that is 60 years, 39% of the beneficiaries are working either in the private or the public sector. The number of working beneficiaries decreased up to 15% of the 15% when they reach 64, attaining 55. So we have studied this. And secondly, I also want to emphasize that the government has decided to maintain the BIP payment, basic invalid pension payment, to all people with disability up to 65 years. Secondly, we have decided to maintain all payment to all widows up to 65. That's for the first part of the answer. The second is that the committee that will be looking into under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister will also assess, the impact of the changes that we are proposing to bring to workers already the law provides for derogations in many sectors, at least 5 sectors from knowledge that I have. These are workers of the sugar industry, the workers of the transport industry, the workers of the construction industry, the workers of the salt pan. So I'm replying to your question. I have said, yes, we have considered and we are still considering. While you repeal the national pension scheme, I have your manifesto here. Okay?
Minister,
No,
let us keep to this question.
You participated in the dismantlement of the national pension scheme, and this was a treason to the people of Mauritius.
One moment. Minister, he will probably be putting a few more questions. Please reply to the question, because we have the debate after that. I don't know at what time you're speaking on the debate, but I'm sure you will be speaking again on the debate. So keep some of it for the debate, please. Next, second question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to the Cabinet decision taken on the 16th of June for the setting up of 2 interministerial committees to examine matters related to the basic retirement pension. One, I understand, one of the committee will be chaired by the Honourable Minister himself. Will he provide details to the terms of reference of that committee and the time frame?
Very short and to the point.
Our aim is to finalize everything before the implementation of the transition from BRP 60 to 65. So that is 1st September. Secondly, the terms of reference, I can speak, the terms of reference is quite explicit in the Cabinet decision, but I will give further details on the one that I'm chairing. The committee on the health-related inability to work will not only include in a reform of the whole medical board and assessment that we've known since independence. It will also include the reviewing and the reform of the whole assessment, and will be applied, whatever will be applied to people from the age of 60 to 65 will also be applied to any citizen with disability in Mauritius. This will be a historical reform that the committee will be studying, and I count and I rely on the support of all the ministers. This will be a major reform. Don't worry, you will see it when it will come.
Third question.
Yes. Will the Honourable Minister inform the House, this is a straight question, this one, whether he is agreeable for a ciblage system for the allocation of basic retirement pension?
Ciblage has been part of our history in the 1950s. It has been part of the decision of the previous government. All options will be studied and looked at by the committee. I need to read this. I wish to draw the attention of the leader of the opposition the first committee, to look into the possible support to those persons aged 60 and 65 employed in sectors with difficult working conditions, and eventual means-tested eligible housewife mothers. So it's not a blanket application of means-tested. One of the means-tested, kind of reviewed means-tested, might be derogation of some of the sectors that are already in law, and maybe enlarging it to other sectors.
Fourth question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the Honourable Minister mentioned his friends from the trade unions, and also in the communiqué issued by his party, and I quote, le parti estime qu'il est primordial que les Mauriciens se mobilisent et se fassent entendre sur les questions qui touchent fondamentalement leur acquis. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he will participate in the rally organised by trade unions this Saturday at Champ de Mars?
Don't
His
answer.
party or himself?
There's no need to answer. There's no need.
I can answer. Yeah. I've never saw you in any of the demonstrations in this country, if you want this kind of reply. Second, it's because we have heard the trade unions, because we have heard the people of Mauritius, that we work night and day during the past week to bring up these two important ministerial committees, and the ministerial committees will study and will invite the people of this country to bring their input, what might be changed or not. And I will conclude, Madam Speaker, that worry not the treason of 2020, we would be there.
We've got two more questions, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister inform the House whether there will be an increase in the basic retirement pension for the next financial year, that is 2025-2026, as promised by the government?
This,
You've already answered.
you're already, and it's in the budget. You can study the budget if you have time.
It's not in the budget,
He has
Madam
another
Speaker.
question. He has another question.
No, but we have the budget speech here.
He can't reply better than that. Mr. Duval, the leader of the opposition has announced two questions. But later on, wait. You have a last question, you said. You can't do better. He won't. I can't.
There won't be an increase then, if this is the case. Now, in view of the public outcry, Madam Speaker, since the announcement of this measure, will government consider cancelling this decision?
Is it for you to reply to that? Is it for him? You're
It's-
asking one minister.
Decide for him, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm
but
asking.
the cabinet has taken a decision. The decision has been communicated to the public. The House knows the decision, and any consideration will be looked by the two ministerial committee and with this government, who have never betrayed the people.
Mr. Duval, yes?
Madam Speaker, just firstly, the government n'a jamais plébiscité le peuple pour une réforme de repousser l'âge de la pension. Aujourd'hui, le public reproche le manque de consultation. Le gouvernement a pris la décision de
I
mettre en
want a
place.
question.
Est-ce que la communauté mauricienne dans son ensemble aura l'opportunité de participer aux consultations, et comment compte-t-il mettre en place justement un comité large de consultation au-delà du comité ministériel?
I'm going to stop the whole thing in 2 minutes, okay?
The two interministerial committee will decide on the framework for consultations.
Okay. One last one.
One last question. Now, with regard to promises made by the government during the electoral campaign, does government still intends to implement the decision to pay double pension to widows as canvassed before the elections?
Our mandate is a five-year mandate. Whatever we have to do, we'll do it during the next years within our mandate, okay? And we don't have many lessons to take from the MSM.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Time is up now. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Minister. Motion, yes?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Yes. The question is that all the business of today be exempted from paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. Yes, the ayes have it.
Statements by ministers, none. Public bill, second reading.
Yes, Honourable Minister of Public Service and Administrative Reform. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Keep an eye on the timer.
Yes,
You,
Madam
you
Speaker.
have time, but keep an eye.
Madam Speaker, I don't stand before this Assembly with neither the intention to defend the leader of this House, nor the leader of the Labour Party, because I fundamentally believe that this person, who is the Prime Minister of our country, is fully capable of defending himself. Madam Speaker, I stand before this House as a patriot to defend my nation, our people, and the future of our country. Demagogues are all over. Comment dire, en créole, petit serpent moyen, gros serpent peut sortir dans tout trou. Peut venir une division, peut créer division entre nous.
Not more in Creole.
Some,
please. Not more
yes,
in Creole.
yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, some unscrupulous people tend to forget that beyond cheap politics lie the fate of our country. Instead, they want to stop our country to move forward in a structured, responsible, and accountable manner. Madam Speaker, just to think that this country and the financial responsibility of a government is all about giving allowances is nothing else but a patronizing, irresponsible, short-sighted view of certain individuals who apparently give the impression that our people and our nation only crave for arms and not capable of standing up responsibly with a clear mind, with all its mighty against adversity, to build a sustainable economy to ensure that tomorrow is a legacy to be handed over to our children with pride and satisfaction. Madam Speaker, a clear word of caution to the demagogues with their demagogies. Beware. It has always been the case that truth and sincerity will prevail in the face of minds full of darkness, spreading lies and insanity for political gains. L'ironie du sort, Madame la Présidente, il se déclare comme le prince héritier du symbole soleil, mais dépasse sa malhonnêteté et ses mensonges. Il traîne la ténèbre dans ses pattes. Le diable, quand il est venu au pouvoir, arrête.
Minister,
Il dit qu'il sera au pouvoir.
I can see what you're trying to do. I am reminding everybody that we are dealing with the issue of Creole, and please don't push me too much. We are dealing with this, and hopefully we're coming with something soon. So please respect the standing orders.
Yes, ma'am, Speaker. Il dit qu'il va être au pouvoir.
Voilà.
Il doit s'arrêter de rêver. Courage de Patina. Tu as fait faire sa vie, la vie, la cuisine.
Minister,
Tu as détruit l'économie de notre pays.
voilà.
Tu as pris le peuple.
Excuse me for a moment. Don't think that I'm in love with French or English. It's just that you must respect
Yes,
what
ma'am.
we have decided in this house. You must respect.
Yes,
and you
ma'am.
must respect me.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And I do. Tu as détruit l'économie de notre pays. Tu as pris l'argent du peuple que tu as donné à ta famille d'Amaradiva par milliards. Tu as pris l'argent du peuple à coups des milliards pour les Judas renommés. Pravin, tu as pris l'argent du peuple pour faire des cadeaux par milliards. Abdullah, Sonat, Chetty, Bikari, Gopi. Aïe, me fatigué.
I'm going to
Tu as
suspend,
créé.
I'm going to suspend the sitting.
I'm sorry.
I am going to suspend the sitting the next time that
Yes,
you
Madam
have
Speaker.
just promised me. So what is your promise worth?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
This is the last time, otherwise I'm suspending the sitting. Je ne suis pas une maîtresse d'école, hein? Ni une mère fouettable.
Yes, Madam
Mais
Speaker.
il va falloir qu'on travaille d'appeler les règles.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Tu as créé le MIC pour dévaliser la Banque de Maurice. Toi et ta savate de deux, tu as détruit et dévalisé le fonds du NPF. Tu as fini par détruire l'image même des Mauritius. Michel Lejonga, Honourable for Mr. Lejonga, Honourable for Honourable Leader of the Opposition,
That's better.
votre leader et vous avez défoncé la caisse du CWA. Hier, vous n'étiez pas là à l'écouter. Je le répète, au coût des 700 millions de roupies. Monsieur Lejonga, leader de l'opposition, vous avez failli à assumer vos responsabilités, même au CIB, dont liés à des risques des blackouts. Et je prends vos mots, monsieur, leader de l'opposition. Païsa Naïba, Pani Naïba, Couron Naïba.
Non, ça suffit. Ça suffit. Ça suffit. Si ça continue, je vais lever la séance.
Vous avez volé ce peuple
D'abord, monsieur le ministre.
au vu.
Monsieur le ministre, asseyez-vous. Monsieur le ministre, d'abord, vous vous adressez à la présidente de l'Assemblée. Deuxièmement, ne faites pas ce petit jeu-là entre les langues, parce que je sais très bien qu'est-ce qui se passe. Moi, je parle plusieurs langues, hein. Vous le savez. J'adore l'anglais, j'adore le français et j'adore le créole. Je ne parle malheureusement pas bhojpuri. Nous n'allons pas faire ce petit jeu. On peut le faire comme ça une fois, symboliquement. Deuxièmement, vous vous adressez à moi, vous ne vous adressez pas directement au leader de l'opposition. Vous vous adressez to the speaker. Otherwise, honestly, I will have to suspend the sitting.
I duly take note, respectfully, Madam Speaker. Il y avait un autre mot, Bhojpuri, je vais m'en passer. And then, Madam Speaker, when the figures didn't add up, then budgets were tampered with, not to say forged, by irresponsibly inflating the GDP and decreasing the budget deficit, leading to fictitious fund allocations to mislead the people of a whole nation. Et ensuite, pour boucher les trous, prenons les mots d'un beau et bon parleur, ils ont parti imprimer des billets. Ils sont partis imprimer des billets. And, Madam Speaker, we heard the Honourable Leader of the Opposition saying that there is money. Then it is legitimate to ask Pravin and Padachi, sir, if you had money, then why you failed to duly pay over 1,000 workers for the work done during the COVID period, which amounts to almost 2 billion rupees, is still owing. Des milliers de travailleurs et majoritairement, Madame la Présidente, of low-income earners. If you had money, sir, why didn't you clear the mess you left with pack and blisters? If you had money, then why you left, amongst other things, STC, CEB, CWR, SBM, Air Mauritius with billions of debt? If you had money, then tell us why. You took over in 2014. Moody graded our country then BAA1. And in the time you were in government, our country was downgraded to the verge when investors, offshore business, and financial sector is seriously jeopardized as you left us at the doorstep of a junk state. Worst of all, Pravin, you taxed us on petrol for COVID vaccines. And dishonest that you are, we still owe the company that provided with vaccines by millions. Madam Speaker, the reckless acts and doings of Pravin Jagnnath and his ministers, such as the leader of the opposition, jeopardized the safe Hajj pilgrimage this year, when the supplying company of vaccines refused to supply vaccines unless millions of rupees of outstanding debt was settled first. Madam Speaker, we are thankful to personal intervention of people like Honourable Mr. Bichu, Honourable Minister Mohammed, that needful was done in time. And these people have the audacity to pretend to be high and almighty and give lessons to good governance. Monsieur Pravin Jagnnath, vous n'avez aucun droit moral ou quoi que ce soit à nous donner des leçons. Madam Speaker, undeniably, it is human nature. Who doesn't like to be popular, appreciated, loved, and sometimes even flattered, especially politicians? Madam Speaker, do we have to be geniuses to know that the measures announced in the budget 2025-2026 by the Minister of Finance were going to be difficult? Then we don't have to be geniuses neither to realize that for someone to stand up and present such measures, that person must have courage in his veins. For him to stand fiercely in the face of adversity and to decide in the interest of a better tomorrow for our country and our nation. What are the complaints, Madam Speaker? Our youths have got this to say to you. Our youths, to whom, Madam Speaker, I relate to as my sons and daughters for the future of our country. What do you wish the youth of our country? A country of beggars, a nation without pride, a country with its investors fleeing away as it crumbles to bankruptcy? This government is concerned in investing in the youth of our country. From the very early age, government is providing all the necessary support to the youth in developing their potential in all aspects of life. It is a Labour government that brought free education, free transport, and invested massively in the constructions in educational establishments from the time of the father of our nation jusqu'à présent, Premier ministre, digne fils de sa Sibsaga et de notre nation mauricienne. Madam Speaker, education is free at all levels, from pre-primary to tertiary. Government is providing 11 million rupees for youth development programs and 20 million rupees for smart youth programs. Additionally, the government is setting up 7 sports academies with a solid conviction to professionalize the sports sector and promote the well-being of our young people. 1.1 billion rupees has been allocated to the Minister of Youth and Sports, and we have trust and confidence in Honourable Minister Dharmalingam to successfully realize the vision of the government as well as the aspirations of our youths. I must underline that the Honourable Minister, for the first time, organized and personally attended a one-day recreational event in Amaury, a small village found in our constituency, Piton-Rivière-du-Rempart. Recently, it was highly appreciated to see him in Carocaltis, another remote area where attention of all, one and all, is required. Better employment opportunities for our youth will be provided through in-depth structural reforms in the economic landscape for them to contribute to the progress of our nation. This budget is laser-focused on creating well-paid jobs and fostering an innovative economy design for the young generation. Government is introducing new fiscal incentives under the innovative Mauritius scheme. 2025-2026 budget introduces transformative income tax reforms designed to empower youth by reducing financial burdens and stimulating economic participation. By simplifying the tax bands, exempting annual income tax up to 500,000 rupees, taxing the next 500,000 rupees at only 10%, and capping the highest rate at 20%. The policy removes 44,000 individuals from the tax net entirely, with 81%, as said before, of employees paying no income tax. This directly benefits young professionals and entrepreneurs, allowing them to retain more earnings for skill development, innovation, or savings. This, coupled with incentives like over 150,000 rupees AI tax deduction for startups and equity funds for young entrepreneurs. The reforms foster a conducive environment for youth-led economic growth, aligning with the vision of tomorrow. Furthermore, the proposed new tax regime in itself will, as Honourable Utim said, provide more money directly from the earnings to the pocket of the employees, of the workers. They will not be asking for arms allowances. They will have money at hand. Madam Speaker, I shall touch briefly on the welfare state.
Keep an eye on the time, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Certain individuals tend to erroneously spread the idea that the welfare state is being dismantled. Madam Speaker, it is to be noted that our welfare state has been established under the hallmark of the Labour government, under the hands of the father of the nation, and therefore, casting such aspersion can only be attributed to sheer and utter bad faith. It is to be pointed out that government has shown its commitment to preserve the national well-being of its citizens by reinforcing social protection measures, such as this government has maintained the minimum income of 20,000 rupees. Over and above 70 billion rupees have been provided for the Ministry of Social Security and Social Integration. Thank you. After which 53 billion rupees have been earmarked for payment of basic retirement pensions. Widows and invalids benefits have been maintained by this government in its 2025-2026 budget. Madam Speaker, I turn now to my own ministry. Madam Speaker, digital transformation and new technologies, especially AI, are vital for public sector reform, changing how citizens engage with government and governmental service. The budget of 2025-2026 highlights AI's importance, and due allocations to the public sector AI program. This will provide all ministries with AI tools, boosting policymaking and service delivery, and signaling a commitment to a future-ready public service. Aligned with the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovations Digital Transformation Blueprint, my ministry piloted the Electronic Document Management System, i.e. the EDMS. This system automates document management, cutting delays and costs while increasing transparency. The budget of 2025-2026 allocations have been made to expand the EDMS across the public service. My ministry also successfully piloted the Electronic Scheme of Public Service, the ESOS. This dramatically speeds up scheme management from month to real time. The budget has allocated funds to roll out the ESOS across the public service as well. This enhanced ESOS system will use AI to empower HR staff, enabling efficient development and updates of schemes of service to attract top talent for citizen-centric public service. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, good governance is the cornerstone of a thriving nation, fostering transparency, accountability, and the efficient use of resources for the betterment of all our citizens. However, for the past decade, Mauritius has witnessed a grim reality, a decline in our international rankings, notably in the Corruption Perception Index and the Mo Ibrahim Index of African Governance. In the Corruption Perception Index, Mauritius has regressed in the last 10 years. Similarly, in the Mo Ibrahim Index of African Governance, while Mauritius ranked first in overall governance in 2014, in the last 10 years, it has shown warning signs, and I quote, and an increasing deterioration in several categories. End of quote. Our people have endured corrupt practices, spiraling out of control as never before, where greed had advanced to a state of limitless rapacity. The previous administration, unfortunately, stifled good governance, demonstrating a blatant disregard to established rules and regulations. This in turn crippled the system, bringing progress and trust to a grinding stall. My ministry intends to work closely with the Financial Crimes Commission and other similar bodies to not just enforce good governance, but to embed it as an unwavering standard across the entire public service. Moreover, I'm pleased to note that the Public Service Commission and the other commissions dealing with recruitment in the public service have regained the lettre de noblesse. Recruitment will now be conducted in a transparent, fair, and impartial manner, where meritocracy remains the sole criterion for serving in the public service. Mr. Speaker, no more letters issued at the desk of ministries. No more police officers appointed joining training directly at the caserne. No more issuing letters of appointment at bureau cab. Everything is transparent. Everything is based upon meritocracy. My ministry is actively elaborating a new public sector reforms strategy, 2025-2029, which is meticulously aligned with the government program presented. earlier. Our nation's blueprint for Mauritius, A Bridge to the Future, Digital Transformation 2025-2029 as well. Our public sector reform strategy puts a significant focus on strengthening governance, ensuring a future where accountability, integrity, and transparency prevail, and is always high on the agenda. Madam Speaker, in order to fast-track reforms initiatives, my ministry is also introducing the public reforms scheme with an initial provision already earmarked in the budget of 2025-2026. This scheme is a strategic and transformative initiative designed to enhance the effectiveness and responsiveness of our institutions. It is focused on improving process, strengthening institutional structures, promote the adoption of innovative technologies through the sandbox framework, and empowering our public officers with the skills and mindsets required to lead change. Madam Speaker, to ensure that reforms are not only well conceived but also effectively implemented, paragraph 210 of Budget Speech 2025-2026 highlights the setting up of reforms and innovation units in all ministries and departments. These units will be led by designated directors of reforms who will drive the reform agenda from within, working closely with the respective accounting officers and my ministry to ensure coherence and accountability. Madam Speaker, one of the foundation pillars of this strategy is the introduction of a public sector reforms bill as a key measure announced by the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in his budget speech. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that my ministry has finalized the terms of reference for the recruitment of a consultant to revamp and digitalize the performance management system in an objective manner. Since the time it was put in place to the present time, it is dysfunctional. We are revamping it to make it objective, proper, and a source of motivation to our public officers. Madam Speaker, a short note on the training and capacity building. It is common knowledge to one and every one of the functioning of the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation. But we are adding to that place a new section which will be concerned with a public sector innovation research lab. Such a lab exists in countries like Singapore, UAE, and India. This lab will function as a national hub for experimentation, co-creation, and problem solving, where public officers, academics, technologists, and citizens can work together to redesign public services and delivery models, prototype new administrative processes, streamline workflows, and apply human-centered design thinking to governance challenges. Its goal is clear. That is to improve operational efficiency, reduce bureaucracy, and foster a smooth, agile public service that is responsive to the needs of citizens. Madam Speaker, the budget has put emphasis on research and development, backed by a sum of 200 million rupees for policy-driven research. This in itself is a game changer. In the past, public service decisions were often made based on inertia or intuition. Now, we are institutionalizing knowledge-based governance. Ministries and departments will work with a research center at the Institute to generate insights that improve program design, service, research, and impact. We're laying the groundwork for citizen-centric, tech-enabled, research-informed public service, one that listens, learns, adapts, and above all, delivers. This budget has taken into consideration the well-being and welfare of public officers. Allocations have been made to ensure that the Public Officers Welfare Council operates and has as its operational modus sports keep-fit programs to well-being as well as cultural initiatives. Madam Speaker,
You concluding?
yes. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I had a few words in Creole, but I will avoid that. As rightly advised by yourself, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, this budget is bold. This budget is courageous. This budget is of vision to be able to govern. As our Prime Minister has already said, we need to have clear vision. Madam Speaker, I come to the end of my contribution towards this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's consensus that we can break now for 1.5 hours. You'll count, we'll ring the bell. Yes, you may be seated. Yes. Honourable Duval.
Thank you. Madame la Présidente, je me limiterai avant tout aux points essentiels du budget, faute de temps qui m'est accordé. J'ai 20 minutes, mais beaucoup de commentaires. C'est un budget, Madame la Présidente, maladroit, qui demande au peuple de faire les grands efforts et de nombreux sacrifices, tandis que le gouvernement, lui, n'en fait aucun. Un budget d'amateur qui impose l'austérité au détriment de la croissance, fragilise les secteurs vitaux de notre économie et qui fera grimper le coût de la vie d'une manière significative. Qui a donc préparé un tel budget, Madame la Présidente? Est-ce le Premier ministre, qui n'est finalement qu'un ministre des Finances very part-time, cumulant pas moins de 6 autres portefeuilles importants, en plus de celui du chef du gouvernement, et qui dispose donc très peu de temps à consacrer aux finances du pays? Est-ce le junior ministère des Finances qui a été propulsé sans avoir jamais auparavant occupé la moindre fonction officielle au sein d'un gouvernement? Cela semble peu probable. Lui-même n'était pas au courant des augmentations rétroactives des allocations que lui-même et ses collègues junior ministères touchaient sous le budget. S'agit-il plutôt d'autres personnes cachées derrière le rideau? On y reconnaît l'influence de certains qui hantent toujours les couloirs du ministère des Finances et dont l'ombre plane encore sur celui-ci. La question se pose donc aujourd'hui, madame. Une réforme maladroite, celle des pensions, qui s'est faite dans le dos des Mauriciens, alors même que l'Alliance du Changement avait, au contraire, promis mondes et merveilles à ce sujet. Qui ne se souvient pas des promesses faites durant la campagne, il y a quelques mois, d'augmenter la pension à 21 500, de supprimer toutes les taxes sur les pensions, de verser la double pension aux veufs, aux invalides dès l'âge de 60 ans, d'offrir des voyages gratuits à La Réunion et puis à Rodrigues aux retraités. Et que diront-ils pour justifier un tel revirement, un retournement de veste qui d'ailleurs restera dans les livres d'histoire? Premièrement, comme le gouvernement l'allègue dans son State of the Economy Report, que les statistiques officielles auraient été délibérément falsifiées afin de présenter un état de santé de notre économie différent de la réalité, afin de dissimuler un niveau d'endettement qui, selon lui, est plus élevé. Il s'agit d'une accusation extrêmement grave, passible d'ailleurs d'une peine de prison en vertu de l'article 107 du Code pénal mauricien, et qui aurait, selon le Premier ministre, contraint l'Alliance du Changement à modifier radicalement son programme, alors même que celui-ci avait été plébiscité par la population avec un score retentissant de 60-0 et un taux d'adhésion record. Pourtant, Madame la Présidente, à notre surprise, depuis 8 mois, rien n'a été entrepris à ce sujet. La priorité, qui aurait dû être une priorité absolue, aurait été de prendre des mesures décisives contre les éventuels responsables, quels qu'ils soient, et de remédier sans délai aux failles relevées. Or, aucune action, Madame la Présidente, n'a été engagée, même pas l'ouverture d'une enquête. Cela jette désormais, Madame la Présidente, un sérieux doute sur la crédibilité de ce papier qui semble aujourd'hui n'être qu'un prétexte. La deuxième excuse, commentée par le Premier ministre hier au Parlement, est de prétendre d'avoir découvert seulement maintenant les problèmes liés au coût et la viabilité économique des pensions, au problème du vieillissement de la population, de la baisse du taux de natalité, de la diminution du ratio travailleurs-retraités, de l'allongement de l'espérance de vie des Mauriciens, alors que ces données existaient déjà en abondance et étaient accessibles à tous bien avant qu'ils ne rédigent leur programme et fassent leurs promesses. Il était lui-même au courant. Le Premier ministre a cité hier le rapport du FMI, qui date de 10 ans, Madame la Présidente, et qui prévoyait alors, 10 ans de cela, que la pension deviendrait insoutenable en 2050. Il a également repris une citation d'un actuaire réputé, sans toutefois en citer le nom, qui qualifiait la pension de bombe à retardement. Ces propos, Madame la Présidente, ont effectivement été tenus par M. Bernard Yen, comme publié dans l'Investors Mag en 2022. Un détail qu'il a sans doute omis de préciser, c'est-à-dire bien avant la campagne de 2024. Pourquoi donc le gouvernement n'a pas-il sollicité un mandat populaire lors des 2 élections qui se sont passées depuis l'élection? Un mandat populaire de repousser à 65 ans l'âge d'éligibilité de la pension de vieillesse, au lieu de formuler, au contraire, d'aussi vastes promesses pour ensuite faire exactement le contraire. N'est-ce pas là une trahison? Pourquoi donc, Madame la Présidente, pourquoi donc être venu avec une réforme aussi maladroite? Parce qu'on demande au peuple de se sacrifier, de porter le poids du fardeau de l'austérité sans que les élus, eux, n'en fassent aucun. Le gouvernement aurait dû, Madame la Présidente, premièrement réduire les voyages et réduire le montant des podiums des ministres qui touchent plus en un jour à l'étranger qu'un retraité pendant un mois, Madame la Présidente. Il aurait dû allonger l'allocation des duty-free, la période d'éligibilité pour l'allocation des duty-free des députés à 5 ans, au lieu de 3 ans, comme ça l'est actuellement. Cela aurait aidé à économiser sur les devises étrangères, qui a été utilisé comme justification pour demander au peuple maintenant de payer une augmentation brutale sur l'excise duty des véhicules hybrides et électriques. Le gouvernement aurait dû supprimer, comme promis, le poste de vice-président, qui économiserait aux contribuables plus d'une centaine de millions de roupies sur la durée d'un mandat, surtout si on tient compte des frais de sécurité, de voyage, etc., qui ne figurent pas dans les estimates. Il aurait dû fermer les ambassades dont l'utilité est limitée aujourd'hui. Par exemple, l'Allemagne, la Russie, la Malaisie, le Mozambique. La mission en Allemagne aurait pu être couverte par notre ambassadeur à Paris. Pour les autres, on aurait pu avoir adopté le modèle singapourien de resident ambassador, c'est-à-dire des ambassadeurs qui sont basés à Maurice, qui résident à Maurice et qui voyagent dans leur pays d'accréditation seulement quelques mois sur l'année, selon un calendrier préétabli. Réduire le nombre d'institutions para-étatiques et les nombres de nominations au sein des conseils d'administration. Or, ce budget crée pas moins, Madame la Présidente, de 12 nouveaux organismes pour les copains. Diminuer le train ministériel qui augmente Si on épluche les estimés, on le voit. Si on prend par exemple le Prime Minister's Office, ça révèle une hausse de 33% des dépenses liées pour les conseillers, 62% pour les cérémonies et fêtes et 29% pour les augmentations de célébration de l'indépendance. La question donc, où sont les sacrifices? Voyez-vous ici, Madame la Présidente, le moindre sacrifice? Bien au contraire, le motto de ce gouvernement est « austérité pour vous, prospérité pour nous ». Suite à la PNQ de ce matin, plusieurs questions essentielles restent aujourd'hui. Premièrement, les comités ministériels ont-ils, oui ou non, prévu de soumettre leurs conclusions avant l'entrée en vigueur au 1er septembre des nouvelles mesures? La société civile sera-t-elle, oui ou non, invitée à faire partie autour de la table de négociation? Et si oui, quand? Qu'en est-il précisément de la réforme des pensions? Entrera-t-elle en vigueur sans interruption? Si on se fie à la réponse du ministre de tutelle, il nous a référé aux mesures budgétaires qui stipulent clairement qu'au 1er septembre 2025, le nouveau régime rentre en vigueur. Est-ce que les amendements seront-ils présents dans le Finance Bill qui suivra cet exercice? J'insiste pour que le prochain orateur vienne répondre clairement à ces sujets. C'est important. Et cette démarche qui démontre le summum de l'amateurisme s'est révélée aujourd'hui clairement dans les réponses du ministre de la Sécurité sociale, qui n'a ni su répondre, ni su convaincre, ni su maîtriser un sujet aussi important. Comprenez bien, coupez, comprenez bien, coupe-poutou, comprenez bien que vous n'avez pas le mandat d'adopter cette réforme. Les Mauriciens ne l'accepteront pas, Madame la Présidente. Vous allez être obligés de backpedal tôt ou tard, c'est inévitable. Plus tôt vous réalisez cela, et mieux ce sera pour le gouvernement, et mieux ce sera pour la population et pour la paix sociale de ce pays, parce que le peuple gronde avec raison. Les autres mesures, Madame la Présidente, les mesures amateurs qui choisissent la voie de l'austérité au détriment de la croissance, le seuil de la TVA qu'on réduit l'éligibilité à 3 millions est un coup terrible, Madame la Présidente, pour les micro-enterprises. Je passe en anglais, it adds an unnecessary burden on them, many of whom do not have the required skills to comply with the strict requirements of the VAT Act. This creates an additional administrative load, forcing them to subscribe. Bizarre innové, non? Bizarre innové. Au moins, moi, innové dans mon discours. Forcing them to subscribe to professional services, which will heavily impact on their cash flow and expenses. Est-ce que les membres du gouvernement réalisent-ils aujourd'hui avec cette mesure, qui est un non-sens, que le marchand de rôtis de l'autre côté de la rue, qui vend 400 rôtis à 20 roupies, est aujourd'hui sous l'obligation, avec cette nouvelle mesure, d'aller s'enregistrer sous le VAT? Est-ce que les membres du gouvernement réalisent-ils que ce rôti à 20 roupies, dont la matière première n'est pas imposée de VAT, dont le gaz, l'huile, la farine, le salaire de ses employés ne sera pas déductible et donc passera obligatoirement la totalité de cette imposition aux consommateurs? Attendez-vous, les Mauriciens, à ce que le rôti vous coûte maintenant 23 roupies au minimum, sans compter le frais de comptable qui devront, bien sûr, payer. Réalisez-vous donc le fardeau qu'on impose sur ces petits entrepreneurs qui, pour la plupart, n'ont pas la connaissance. Attendez-vous à votre achat de rôti, de dalle pourrie, d'être remis un VAT récip. Pareil pour votre tailleur Pareil pour votre plombier. Heureusement que les coiffeurs ont été exemptés. Madame la Présidente, la logique aurait voulu qu'au contraire, avec la dépréciation de la roupie, l'hausse du coût de la vie, que le seuil soit augmenté. Et le gouvernement compte récolter 5 milliards de roupies, 7% des recettes, que sur l'augmentation sur la baisse de l'éligibilité et les nouvelles mesures de la TVA. Mais ce qu'il faut aussi retenir, ce qu'on ne nous dit pas assez, c'est que les infractions et les amendes ont explosé sous le VAT Act aujourd'hui. Au cas où un entrepreneur commet une erreur de calcul dans ses VAT returns, il sera aujourd'hui passible d'une nouvelle amende allant jusqu'à 500 000 roupies, en plus de l'imposition d'une amende pouvant aller jusqu'à le double du montant de TVA dû, comme c'était le cas avant, s'il est trouvé coupable. Pire encore, dans le cas où l'entrepreneur ne s'enregistre pas à la TVA dans les délais requis de 15 jours, ou s'il oublie de soumettre ses returns, où il était autrefois passible d'une amende allant jusqu'à 3 fois le montant de TVA dû, aujourd'hui, c'est jusqu'à 1 million de roupies de pénalité et 2 fois payer l'imposition de 2 fois le montant de TVA dû. Voilà ce qu'on ne nous dit pas. Et on va demander maintenant aux micro-entreprises, aux plaisanciers, qu'importe leur revenu, tous les plaisanciers ayant une licence commerciale devront se souscrire à la TVA. On demande à ces personnes aujourd'hui d'aller en conformité avec le VAT Act qui apporte une véritable épée Damoclès sur la tête de toutes ces personnes. Madame la Présidente, let's talk about the property sector. This measure impacts, the measures in this budget are impacting the property sector, which have been hit with significant tax increases, with the introduction of capital gains on property to an astounding level of 30%, which will have a devastating impact, of course, on the sector, on the FDI that it brings, and it will erode the growth in a sector that was doing so well. The fact, Madam Speaker, that billions of rupees worth of property have been blocked since the government coming into office. They were waiting for clearances that have not been given because, of course, these amendments were being prepared. These people now are shocked. They feel that they can no longer trust Mauritius. And the result is already being seen with cancellations following. Does the government realize that the new tax regime and registration duty, which has doubled for foreign investors, is now among the highest in the world, on par with the UK? Does government realize that the capital gains tax introduced at a shocking level of 30% is now nearly as twice as the effective maximum capital gains rate in South Africa, which is 18%. South Africa being one of our most prominent FDI market for property acquisition. Therefore, Madam Speaker, has this measure been really thought through? Who now will come and invest in Mauritius from South Africa, for example? Who will be interested if you're made to pay double registration duty, stamp duty, transfer taxes, and capital gains? Who? The more so, Madam Speaker, that security, law and order, and the combat of drug is no longer a selling argument for Mauritius since a long time. Does government realize the disaster this can mean for our economy? An economy, a sector that has been flourishing, which brings 18 billion rupees in Mauritius, just in terms of property acquisition, not in terms of related investment. We all know that foreign citizens come here and spend in the millions on their lifestyle, hospitality, etc. Has a proper study been done, a proper assessment in how this will impact? Two words about Rodrigues. L'abolition des subsides chez les billets de la taxe aéroportuaire va tuer l'économie de Rodrigues, Madame la Présidente, qui dépend essentiellement du tourisme, dont la majeure partie, 90% des Mauriciens, de la classe moyenne. Et le billet qui passera bientôt de 6 350 actuellement à 11 000 roupies, 53% d'augmentation, risque de tuer l'économie rodriguaise. Et c'est un non-sens, parce que c'est Maurice qui va devoir après subventionner l'économie. Donc, quelle est la raison de mettre l'économie en péril pour quelques millions de roupies? On se demande. En termes de law and order, Madame la Présidente, c'est le véritable éléphant blanc du budget. Et j'y reviendrai plus tard. Le tourisme aussi, malheureusement, le temps ne me permettra pas, je vais conclure. Madame la Présidente, il n'est pas trop tard pour revenir sur ces mesures. Regardez ce qui se passe en Angleterre actuellement là. Allez voir Rachel Reeves, qui est actuellement en train de revenir sur ces mesures budgétaires, quand les investisseurs ont fui suite à certaines de ces mesures. Il n'est pas trop tard. Ne répétez pas les erreurs du passé. Ne reproduisez pas la politique d'austérité de l'épisode Patak-Manioc. Ne reproduisez pas un Patak-Manioc 2.0 des années 80, qui fut totalement renversé par la suite par M. Lochmina Raidou, qui avait au contraire prôné l'ouverture, l'expansion. Et l'histoire lui donne aujourd'hui raison. Donc c'est un appel au Premier ministre. Revenez sur la pension. Si cette pension sera faite, elle doit être faite suite à une consultation large. Le ministre de tutelle ne nous a pas convaincus. En fait, suite à son allocution aujourd'hui, plus de questions se posent. Plus de questions se posent, plus d'incertitude aujourd'hui a été créée dans la population. Madame la Présidente, je vous remercie de m'avoir laissé parler sans interruption. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
On lui a fait cadeau de mettre. Chut. Franchement. Honourable Bichuk, you also keep an eye on the time, please.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, je vous remercie pour cette opportunité qui m'est donnée afin que je puisse m'adresser à cette Chambre sur l'audacieux et prévoyant budget présenté par l'honorable Premier ministre et ministre des Finances de notre République. Mais avant, Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais bien, puisqu'il l'a sollicité, répondre à l'honorable Adrien Duval, qui parle de budget maladroit et d'amateurisme. Je laisse la population juger. Qu'est-ce qui est maladroit? 642 milliards roupies de dette ou le rétablissement de la discipline fiscale? Je laisse la population juger qui a été maladroit. Celui qui a imprimé 180 milliards roupies, occasionnant l'inflation, plombant le pouvoir d'achat des Mauriciens, et il ose parler, se poser en défenseur des consommateurs. Totalement absurde. Il parle d'austérité. Moi, je parlerai de responsabilité fiscale. Mais comment ose-t-il, lui qui occupe un poste de best loser, de s'attaquer au junior ministère des Finances, lui élu tombeur de l'ancien Premier ministre? Lui, il tire sa légitimité du peuple, il tire sa légitimité des urnes. C'est pour cela qu'il est là pour travailler, même en tant que junior ministre. Il doit s'attaquer aux responsabilités déléguées par le ministre des Finances. Il n'a que fait son travail et c'est honteux de l'attaquer sur son travail et ses prérogatives. Parlons de pension à 21 500. J'ai l'impression que ce soit le leader d'opposition ou son acolyte à côté, ils n'ont rien compris que nous avons un mandat de 5 ans. La pension à 21 500 a été promis mais échelonné sur une base annuelle, soit une augmentation annuelle de 1000 roupies. S'il sait toujours faire les calculs, il saura que d'ici à la fin de notre mandat, la pension aura atteint le chiffre promis. Mais ce que je trouve encore très regrettable, puisqu'ils n'ont pas d'arguments propres, tangibles, pour venir contester les chiffres révisés dans ce document, ils se contentent, Madame la Présidente, de discréditer ce document et il essaye de savoir d'où ce document tire sa légitimité. J'attire son attention et votre attention que c'est un document qui émane du Government of Mauritius, qui porte le sceau de la République ultime, l'a précisé que c'est à partir des chiffres révisés de ce document que les estimates de ce budget ont été calculés. Bon, revenons maintenant aux critiques faites aux voitures duty-free et les voyages. Il a certainement la mémoire courte, puisque c'est moi-même qui avait posé cette question dans cette assemblée. Figurez-vous, lorsque l'honorable Adrien Duval est devenu speaker par un poste, combien ces voyages ont coûté en 78 jours, 78 days, je vous donne le montant, 748 112 roupies. And this is how he cares for public money. Est-ce que je trouve honteux? Oui, nous avons augmenté le budget pour les célébrations du 12 mars parce que c'est sans doute le jour le plus important du calendrier de tous les Mauriciens. On va rompre avec la médiocrité des célébrations sous le régime MSM. On va rompre avec la médiocrité des célébrations du 12 mars. Parce que c'est le seul moment, c'est le moment du communion, c'est le moment du rassemblement des Mauriciens. Et je vous dis, si on le fait de manière plus exubérante cette année, on en est fiers. Et moi, en tant que député, je l'assume. Il ose parler et questionner même, est-ce que ce gouvernement, cette majorité, a le mandat de réformer le système de pension? Mais je lui poserai la question, est-ce qu'il avait le mandat pour devenir speaker de l'Assemblée nationale? L'honorable Premier ministre a l'habitude de citer cette expression, « What is sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander ». Et finalement, j'accueille l'honorable Shakel Mohamed. Finalement, je ne comprends pas trop. Il se range de côté de qui? Des consommateurs, des petites et moyennes entreprises ou les promoteurs immobiliers? Quand il défend les acquéreurs étrangers, sud-africains, il y en a cité, mais ce ne sont pas les acquéreurs qu'il défend, mais c'est les vendeurs, les smart cities. Posez-vous la question dans les rues, pourquoi ça se fait que maintenant, si vous n'avez pas 200 000 roupies, 250 000 roupies, 300 000 roupies, vous ne pouvez pas acheter combien? Une PH, one pole of land in Mauritius. Cette hyperinflation a été créée d'abord par l'inflation, mais aussi par la demande des étrangers à qui? Notamment aux promoteurs des Smart Cities. On a sans doute, le MSM l'a fait, accordé le plus grand cadeau fiscal de l'histoire de l'île Maurice. Plus de 6 milliards d'exonération fiscale. Il faut qu'ils répondent à tout cela. Nous, nous rangeons du côté du peuple. Voilà, Madame la Présidente, ce budget n'est pas seulement une liste de chiffres. C'est une boussole qui trace la voie vers un avenir plus serein, plus prospère et plus équitable. Chaque mesure annoncée est une graine plantée pour l'avenir et nous en récolterons les fruits bientôt. Une croissance responsable, tirée par la production et non pas la consommation. Une croissance portée par un développement durable. Ce budget est un fusée, propulsant notre nation vers de nouveaux horizons. L'économie de la terre, qui nourrit et soutient nos concitoyens. L'économie des océans, qui valorise notre potentiel maritime. L'économie des énergies vertes, qui fait de la durabilité notre moteur. Et l'économie de l'espace. Pas seulement l'espace sidéral, mais l'espace numérique, l'espace digital, où se joue l'avenir technologique de notre pays. Nous avons un retard numérique à rattraper et ce budget corrige cette erreur. 10 ans d'immobilisme sous le MSM, 10 ans de stagnation, où rien n'a été fait pour moderniser notre économie numérique. Et pourtant, l'avenir, il est numérique. C'est ce gouvernement de l'Alliance du changement, sous l'impulsion de l'honorable Avinash Ramterol, qui a produit un blueprint ambitieux pour la transformation digitale de notre économie. Comme le disait Victor Hugo, ouvrir une école, c'est fermer une prison. Aujourd'hui, investir dans l'intelligence artificielle, c'est ouvrir une voie vers l'emploi, vers l'innovation, vers la prospérité et un nouveau pôle de croissance. Il faut refuser, rompre avec la médiocrité numérique. Mais voilà les prophètes du malheur atteints de l'IA, non pas de l'intelligence artificielle, mais de l'intelligence anachronique. Prétendent qu'investir 25 millions de roupies pour équiper et épauler nos fonctionnaires avec l'outil de IA serait une erreur. Non, monsieur le leader de l'opposition. L'IA n'est pas un monstre, comme vous le décriviez hier. Ce n'est pas un spectre qui menace, mais un levier qui libère l'innovation et la créativité. Que peut-on s'attendre du gouvernement MSM qui n'a rien fait de l'économie digitale? Souvenons-nous, le ministre des TIC d'alors n'avait rien fait pour moderniser notre infrastructure numérique. Le peuple s'en souvient, son laptop avait éclaté. Voilà le symbole du naufrage numérique du MSM, c'est à s'arracher les cheveux. J'avais une expression en Bhojpuri, mais je me retiens pour cette séance.
Merci.
Madame la Présidente, quelle pitié, quelle ignorance de la part de ceux qui s'agrippent aux vieilles méthodes alors que le monde avance. Nous regardons vers l'avenir. Ce budget regarde vers l'avenir. Nous créons, nous partageons et nous innovons. L'avenir appartient à ceux qui se lèvent tôt, disait Léon Trotsky. Aujourd'hui, l'avenir appartient à ceux qui investissent dans la transformation digitale. Et ce budget, Madame la Présidente, trace le chemin de cette révolution technologique. L'opposition joue les Cassandres, prédisant l'effondrement numérique, mais oublie que c'est l'audace et la prévoyance qui font avancer un pays. Le ministre des Finances a bâti ce budget comme on construit un pont, celui de l'avenir, avec rigueur, vision et volonté. De relier, bien sûr, courage, afin de relier les citoyens à de nouvelles opportunités. Moi, enfant plantaire, enfant d'un planteur, je me réjouis des mesures budgétaires pour relancer l'agriculture. Madam Speaker, the centralization of state lands from SIT, Landscope, the Ministry of Agriculture and the MIC into a consolidated bank dedicated to agriculture is a bold and commendable step forward. It is not just policy, but it's a vision that reclaims our roots, revitalizes our fields, and redefines our future. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to pass through you, based on the facts on this budget, a message to the youth of this country. It's not a statement. I'm still within the parameters of this budget. The next great wave of social mobility is not in offices, not in air-conditioned skyscrapers. It is in the land. Your next BMW, your next Mercedes, your next Ford Raptor, your dream home, they might not come from mere salaries, but from cultivation and from bold entrepreneurship from the soil beneath our feet. Let's wake up. Let's rediscover what our grandfathers knew, what they fought for, what they built. Let's work the land. Because it is in the land, there lies the gold. Let me share an example. 1.5 years ago, I managed to grab some land from a friend, which allowed me to cultivate some bananas in 1.5 arpents. Today, this single initiative earns me an average of 40,000 rupees monthly. Selling directly to customers would have earned me 55,000 rupees. It's much more than an entry-level or job in an office. And here's the real transformation. If I leverage on government grant schemes through the Ministry of Agriculture and SME Mauritius, I can invest in equipment, process the bananas into banana chips, package them, and my revenue jumps to 300,000 rupees. This is the power of agriculture and innovation combined. And this is what this budget makes possible. Bananas, Hass avocados, Victoria pineapples, fruits à pain, jackfruits, these 5 agricultural products hold immense potential. And this budget, Madam Speaker, this budget doesn't just promise, it delivers. Through this budget, the government is giving land, that government is giving resources, and the government is giving opportunities to the youth of this country. 800 million rupees has been earmarked under the Food Resilience Scheme to support our farmers, le petit peuple qu'il a oublié, our planters, and our breeders, to make sure that agriculture is not just survival, but success. This is more than just a policy. It is an open door, a call to action, a chance to shape the destiny of our country. So today, the naysayers will tell us, non, rien pas bon. Madame la Présidente, le chien aboie, mais la caravane de la prospérité agricole et économique passera quand même. Madame la Présidente, j'ai lu comme vous, et comme nous tous d'ailleurs ici dans cette auguste assemblée, l'interview accordée par l'ancien ministre des Finances, Renganaden Padayachi, à un quotidien. Sans le moindre scrupule, il qualifie ce budget de barbare. Quel culot! Quel culot, Madame la Présidente, de la part d'un ancien ministre des Finances qui fut lui-même l'artisan du naufrage économique. Oser parler de barbarie alors qu'il a lui-même joué le rôle du boucher. Le boucher qui a décapité notre économie. Le boucher qui a égorgé l'avenir de nos jeunes. Le boucher qui a saigné à blanc les finances de ce pays. STC, CEB, CWA, Casino, Fonds de pension, NPF, CSG. Que reste-t-il? Que reste-t-il? Il a éventré toutes les caisses de l'État à la veille des élections. Il vient dire, sans le moindre gêne, et avouer aux Mauriciens, la caisse, vite. Païssa Naïba, qu'il avait dit hier. Madame la Présidente, le leader de l'opposition m'écoute. Et ce n'est pas ce gouvernement... Il est parti. Il est même parti.
Il vous
Oui, il ne m'écoute pas.
il vous écoute peut-être quand même.
Sans doute, il m'écoutera. Ce n'est pas ce gouvernement qui a vidé les caisses de l'État. Ce n'est pas ce gouvernement. C'est ce gouvernement, en revanche, c'est ce budget, ce ministre des Finances qui aujourd'hui reconstruit, répare et redonne espoir. Voilà, madame, hier, on a assisté à un exercice de stand-up du leader de l'opposition où il disait « montez Rogalba, montez Rogalba ». J'ai quand même essayé de terminer sans trop aller dans l'excès. Mais qu'est-ce qui a baissé dans ce budget pour alléger les consommateurs? Il semble avoir oublié that we have removed 15% VAT on essential goods, canned products, baby milk, frozen vegetables. This represents up to 20 to 25% of a household monthly food expense. And today in our supermarché, hier c'était monter Rogalba. Lorsque je ferai comme ça, vous saurez baisser Rogalba. Bois de Glenrick, sardines, cône mouton, purée de tomates, sachet de Watis, dilet Chibaba, Aptamil, blé dilet, sab. This is not just relief, it's impact. Income tax, the biggest tax relief in years, let's make it clear. Up to 500,000 of chargeable income, zero income tax. Let me repeat it loud and clear. Zero income tax for chargeable income up to 500,000 rupees. This measure will directly benefit 80% of workers in Mauritius. And for the middle class, between 500,000 and 1 million rupees chargeable income, only 10% will be taxable. This is not just relief, it is fairness. Et j'en passe, le dollar aussi. Mais je vais terminer, madame, je prendrai 1 minute.
Vous n'avez qu'une minute.
Voilà, je vais essayer de démentir quelques mensonges, quelques calomnies colportées par le leader de l'opposition. Vite fait, non, cette année fiscale, le bureau du Premier ministre n'achètera pas de limousine. Non, le ministère n'achète pas de nouvelles berlines. Non, le tarif préférentiel de l'eau et celui de l'électricité n'augmenteront pas. Non, non, ce gouvernement n'a pas augmenté la dette de 80 milliards de roupies. C'est l'héritage du MSM. Et j'en termine avec cette anecdote. Tout le monde parle de la pension. Souvenez-vous, je ferai une petite analogie en 30 secondes. Nous sommes en 1975. Sir Siou Sagar Ramgoolam va négocier le prix du sucre avec les Européens. On va le conspuer, on va le critiquer pour avoir accepté un prix inférieur au marché. Mais SSA avait vu loin. Il avait la vision. À peine quelques années, le prix du sucre va chuter et le prix garanti par l'Union européenne va contribuer à la prospérité de notre société et de l'industrie sucrière de l'époque. Pourquoi je cite cet exemple? Parce que, Madame la Présidente, ce sont les sacrifices d'aujourd'hui qui vont faire prospérer les enfants, les petits-enfants de la République de demain. Voilà, j'en termine presque, il ne me reste pas beaucoup de temps, ou c'est peut-être tout est terminé, mais je dois dire que moi, en tant que député, j'entends la rue, je les écoute, j'entends. Je comprends pourquoi ce peuple, il dit que, pourquoi nous sommes ceux les plus vulnérables à payer les pots cassés, alors que mes élus, eux, voyagent en berline et bénéficient des salaires. Mais je poserai la question, est-ce que le leader de l'opposition qui passe 1 heure par séance dans l'hémicycle mérite-t-il l'intégralité de son salaire? C'est à lui de poser la question. Et finalement, je dirais, et cela n'engage que moi. Cela n'engage que moi s'il faut se sacrifier et sacrifier son salaire pour souffrir avec ce peuple, je le ferai de gaieté de cœur. Mais cela n'engage que moi. D'accord? Et pour terminer, au prophète de malheur, hier, j'ai entendu, c'est ma dernière ligne, j'ai entendu le leader de l'opposition dire qu'il voit beaucoup parmi nous ne pas terminer son mandat, ou en prophète de malheur, il prophétise que c'est peut-être notre dernier mandat. Je terminerai avec ce poème du célèbre poète indien Rahot Indurisab. Je vais le traduire en anglais. We are not mere leaves on branches. Cette majorité, we are not mere leaves on branches. Tell the storm to stay within its limits. शाखों के पत्ते नहीं हैं हम, तूफान से कह दो औकात में रहे. Madame la Présidente, j'ai dit merci.
Honourable members, I will ask the deputy to take the chair. Thank you.
Honourable Ms. Colette.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Vice-président. Alors, nous avons chacun notre idéologie, nos bannières, nos parcours politiques. Mais ici, nous sommes un seul gouvernement, porteur d'un unique programme gouvernemental pour notre République. Aujourd'hui, je me tiens devant vous non pas pour aligner des chiffres, mais pour faire entendre une voix. Rodrigues n'est pas un territoire lointain. Elle est un membre à part entière de cette nation mauricienne. Elle en partage les droits, elle en partage les devoirs, les rêves, mais aussi les épreuves. Il y a des instants où un budget dépasse les chiffres. Il devient une déclaration d'intention, une parole donnée, un engagement envers ceux qui, souvent dans l'ombre, bâtissent cette nation pierre par pierre. Un acte de responsabilité envers un peuple qui, malgré les tempêtes, pandémies, inondations, crises sanitaires, reste debout, construit, cultive, soigne et protège. Aujourd'hui, nous devons nous poser une question essentielle. Quelles sont les vraies richesses de nos îles de la République? Est-ce seulement nos paysages? Nos statistiques? Notre mer? Nos terres? Non. Nos vraies richesses sont nos femmes, nos hommes, notre jeunesse, nos liens sociaux, notre résilience, notre dignité silencieuse, nos langues, nos traditions, notre attachement au sol et surtout notre incroyable capacité à espérer même dans la difficulté. Ce budget doit être au service de cette richesse humaine, pour la libérer et surtout pour l'élever. C'est pourquoi, Monsieur le Vice-président, j'appelle à une attention particulière pour nos jeunes, pour nos femmes et nos citoyens autrement capables. Nos jeunes demandent plus que des discours. Ils veulent une éducation forte, connectés au monde d'aujourd'hui et des espaces pour créer, pour entreprendre et pour innover. Nos femmes veulent leur place pleine et entière. C'est une question de justice. Il est temps de leur garantir non seulement l'accès à l'emploi, mais aussi la reconnaissance, la sécurité, la formation et des conditions leur permettant de s'épanouir pleinement. Et pour celles et ceux que l'on appelle autrement capables, notre devoir est d'adapter l'environnement, pas de les écarter. École, lieu public, outils numériques, accès à la formation, tout doit être pensé avec elle et pour elle. Aujourd'hui, je parle surtout pour Rodrigues, une île fière, vivante, résiliente, une île qui fait pleinement partie de la République. Rodrigues aussi a connu les épidémies, les ruptures d'approvisionnement, la flambée des prix. Elle a subi les tempêtes, enduré les silences, traversé les épreuves, mais Rodrigues est resté debout. Et malgré ces crises successives, les Rodriguais n'ont pas cédé au découragement. Ils ont aussi semé, soigné, soutenu, éduqué, pas avec des slogans, mais avec du courage et de la dignité. Et ils ont continué à se lever chaque matin, à cultiver leurs terres, à élever leurs enfants, souvent avec peu, mais toujours avec fierté. Rodrigues ne capitule pas. Alors aujourd'hui, ce budget, Monsieur le Vice-président, doit être une promesse de reconnaissance et d'avenir aux Rodriguais. Rodrigues ne veut pas de privilèges. Elle demande justice. Et je porte aujourd'hui quelques demandes légitimes formulées avec clarté par nos citoyens parce que notre parole compte. Les Rodriguais demandent des promotions dans des délais raisonnables pour les fonctionnaires, des transferts humains et équitables pour ces Rodriguais en poste à Maurice et qui souhaitent servir l'île Rodrigue. Au cas par cas, s'il faut le traiter. Une réforme foncière claire, rapide et juste. Un calendrier fiable pour le navire. Une politique tarifaire équitable sur les vols inter-îles, ces vols domestiques dans la République. Et la création d'au moins une école sportive professionnelle pour que la jeunesse rodriguaise puisse rêver grand à Rodrigues, chez elle, chez nous. Ce sont des demandes de justice, pas de privilèges. Mais au-delà de ces demandes, Monsieur le Vice-président, il y a des inquiétudes. Et l'une d'elles a traversé notre territoire avec force, la question de l'âge de la retraite. Le peuple a parlé. Il a dit son inquiétude, son incompréhension, sa peur. Et cette inquiétude est légitime. Parce que cette réforme ne touche pas seulement les chiffres, elle touche à la dignité, à la reconnaissance, au respect des parcours de vie. Je salue la décision du Premier ministre et de son Conseil des ministres d'instaurer 2 comités d'experts indépendants chargés d'étudier la réforme de la pension en profondeur. Mais au nom de mon peuple, je le dis clairement, Rodrigues doit être pleinement associé à cette réflexion parce que nos réalités sont différentes, parce que nos conditions de vie ne sont pas les mêmes, parce que l'unité de la République n'est pas l'uniformité. Parce que nos réalités rodriguaises doivent être prises en compte dans la réforme. Parce que ce budget doit également entendre les voix et les esprits éclairés, bien informés du peuple. Car une réforme juste ne peut se construire sans ceux qu'elle concerne. Ce n'est pas un simple débat technique. C'est une question de dignité, de reconnaissance, d'équité. Nous demandons donc que Rodrigues participe activement à cette réflexion. Monsieur le Vice-président, nous ne devons pas oublier une autre forme d'urgence, celle du lien social. Dans un monde saturé de fausses informations, de solitude, de violences silencieuses, nous avons besoin d'une action forte en prévention et en éducation. Alors oui, gouverner, c'est éclairer. Nous vivons dans un monde où la peur circule plus vite que la vérité. Comme l'écrivait le philosophe Spinoza, l'ignorance n'est pas un manque de savoir, C'est une illusion de liberté. Quand on ne comprend pas, quand on ne sait pas, on croit choisir, mais on subit. Quand les faits manquent, la peur gagne. Notre tâche de parlementaire est de protéger notre peuple. Protéger, c'est aussi éclairer. Alors notre devoir ici, Monsieur le Vice-président, c'est d'informer, prévenir, expliquer, éduquer. Pas pour convaincre, mais pour libérer notre peuple. C'est pourquoi je pense que le rôle de ce gouvernement est de dire la vérité, de transmettre le savoir, de redonner du pouvoir par la connaissance. Et c'est pourquoi, au nom de mon peuple, je réclame des campagnes d'information claires, quitte à ce que le gouvernement central accorde ce rôle à l'Assemblée régionale, de sensibiliser contre les fléaux sociaux, contre la désinformation, incluant sur les réseaux, contre la criminalité, contre la corruption. Une attention et un appui accru à la santé mentale de nos femmes, de nos hommes, de notre jeunesse, et un renforcement des moyens pour la lutte contre la criminalité et faire justice. Parce que sans justice, Monsieur le Vice-président, il n'y a pas de confiance. Et sans confiance, il n'y a pas de progrès durable. En parallèle, Monsieur le Vice-président, la population exprime d'autres attentes concrètes. D'autres urgences remontent du terrain. D'autres choses doivent bouger. Les collègues avant moi l'ont fait ressortir. Le coût de la vie est trop élevé. Les factures d'eau, les factures d'électricité explosent. Les billets d'avion Rodrigues, Maurice, Rodrigues, Réunion, Maurice, Rodrigues sont hors de prix. Le navire Troquecha devient imprévisible. L'accès à la terre doit être plus simple. Les jeunes veulent de vraies perspectives, ici, pas ailleurs. La justice nous semble trop lente, la santé mentale insuffisamment soutenue et la lutte contre la corruption semble nous manquer encore de moyens. Ce ne sont ni des plaintes ni des caprices, Monsieur le Vice-président. Ce sont des appels et des appels, il faut les entendre. Ce budget ne doit pas seulement refléter des chiffres, il doit être une réponse aux espoirs, aux défis et aux urgences. Ce budget doit être au service de l'humain, parce que les vraies richesses de Rodrigues sont celles qui ne figurent pas dans les tables comptables, son peuple, sa dignité, son courage et son avenir. Rodrigues demande donc l'écoute et la parité. Ce budget doit répondre à une réalité, car Rodrigues ne veut pas être assistée, elle veut être actrice. Elle ne veut pas qu'on décide à sa place, elle veut participer à la décision. Et surtout, Rodrigues veut que ses enfants puissent réussir chez eux sans devoir partir. Nous devons bien sûr respecter les valeurs de notre drapeau national. Le symbolisme des couleurs, rouge pour notre force collective dans les moments difficiles, bleu pour la profondeur de notre histoire et de nos racines, jaune pour la lumière de nos rêves et notre espoir, même dans l'adversité, et vert pour notre attachement à cette terre que nous aimons, que nous chérissons et à l'avenir que nous construisons ensemble. Respecter ce drapeau, c'est respecter le peuple dans les décisions, respecter le peuple dans la gouvernance, respecter le peuple dans la manière de considérer chaque citoyen. Un budget pour bâtir l'avenir. Ce budget ne cherche pas à colmater, mais à construire. Il anticipe les défis de notre époque, le climat qui change, la technologie qui évolue, les métiers qui se transforment, la sécurité alimentaire et surtout la promesse faite à notre jeunesse. Car un jeune Rodrigues ne doit plus quitter son île pour réussir. Je le répète, il doit pouvoir grandir, s'épanouir et construire chez lui. Ce budget doit ouvrir des chemins, car il rappelle que la République est une et entière. Monsieur le vice-président, le budget 2025-2026 prévoit pour Rodrigues 5 milliards pour faire fonctionner les services publics, hôpitaux, écoles, administration, transport, et 785 millions de roupies pour financer des projets d'avenir, des investissements utiles qui changeront le quotidien de chaque Rodrigues. Et ce budget ne doit pas se limiter à un montant. Et moi, je vois qu'il marque une nouvelle façon de faire. Désormais, chaque roupie dépensée doit produire un impact mesurable. La République entre dans l'ère du Program-Based Budgeting, un budget structuré par programme où chaque dépense doit être justifiée par des résultats concrets. Cela signifie, Monsieur le Vice-président, un objectif clair pour chaque investissement, un suivi des progrès et des ajustements rapides, une transparence totale où chaque institution doit rendre des comptes, incluant l'Assemblée régionale de Rodrigues. Le gouvernement engage une transformation majeure, finit le pilotage à vue, place à la transparence et à l'efficacité. Dans ce modèle, Rodrigues doit être un acteur à part entière. L'Assemblée régionale ne doit pas seulement demander, mais aussi planifier, exécuter et rendre des comptes. L'autonomie, ce n'est pas exiger plus, c'est faire mieux. Eh bien, merci. Clarifier les rôles pour avancer. Aujourd'hui, les responsabilités entre le gouvernement central et l'Assemblée régionale de Rodrigues restent floues. Il y a des compétences croisées, chevauchement entre ministères et instances régionales, des blocages qui ralentissent l'action publique. Or, quand la responsabilité est floue, l'efficacité disparaît. Au nom du peuple de Rodrigues, je demande une réforme des lois sur la décentralisation des pouvoirs pour clarifier qui fait quoi, quand et comment. Pour une gouvernance lisible, des rôles précis, une action rapide et efficace pour le citoyen. Monsieur le vice-président, ce budget national nous engage tous sur des enjeux cruciaux. Mieux produire et mieux nourrir pour garantir notre autonomie alimentaire, investir dans la santé mentale et moderniser les soins à distance avec la télémédecine, rénover nos infrastructures scolaires avec 438 millions alloués pour une éducation plus forte, de la petite enfance à l'université, soutenir l'innovation avec 200 millions pour la recherche appliquée et 25 millions de roupies pour intégrer l'intelligence artificielle dans les services publics. Faciliter l'accès des femmes au marché du travail avec une nouvelle législation et pour la formation et la reconversion professionnelle. Digitaliser les services publics en partenariat avec le FMI pour développer l'accès aux données ouvertes. Mettre à disposition des terres publiques pour produire plus localement et nourrir nos familles. Créer des écoles sportives professionnelles afin que nos jeunes puissent rêver, se dépasser et réussir dans notre République. Ce budget ne répare pas que le passé, il prépare l'avenir. L'avenir du climat, l'avenir du travail, l'avenir de la justice sociale, l'avenir de notre jeunesse. Et ce budget doit ouvrir des horizons. Si nous doutons, regardons notre drapeau national. Monsieur le vice-président, ce budget est une promesse, une déclaration d'avenir. Et je vous dis, au nom de Rodrigues, au nom de mon peuple, Rodrigues est prête, Rodrigues est en marche. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Honourable Babulal.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me begin by quoting Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it's done. This reminds us that even the toughest challenges can be overcome with determination and courage. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance for the presentation of the first budget 2025-2026 of this new government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I concur with my honourable colleagues have said before me, and I will not repeat myself. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Honourable Utim, who rightly explained the situation we are today, and that if proper actions are not taken promptly, Mauritius may become a junk state, and thus leading to the downfall of Mauritius. Honourable Asievadan gave a detailed expose of how funds were dilapidated by the previous government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let us not forget what the previous regime did. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the previous government was a fake government who has destroyed Mauritius. They were controlling all the institutions. We were in a dictatorship state. If you speak against the previous government, the striking team could hit you anytime. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the liberty of the people was at stake. How can we forget that? The people have seen what happened when we borrow beyond our means, leading to inflation and huge public sector debt, leading to higher prices where the whole country suffered. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, how can we forget that they cut off the internet connection, and we've seen the memo that it will be restored on the 11th of November, 2024. The people were suffocating. We had a fake speaker as well. No independent press conference were being held, and everyone was scared of talking against the previous government. There were even murders. The people voted for a change. The people voted to breathe again. The people voted for a second independence. The people voted for freedom. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I quote Bob Marley, "Better to die fighting for freedom than be a prisoner all days of your life." The Alliance du Changement was elected to bring change to our country, to provide security, liberty, and prosperity. The document on the state of the economy was published and gave us an indication that the situation we have inherited is unsustainable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the major issue today is the basic retirement pension, as stated in the budget speech, needs a major reform. In a statement by the Honourable Prime Minister on the 17th of June 2025, he made it clear that the old-age pension system in Mauritius has become fiscally unsustainable and financially unbearable by the reckless policies of the previous government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, therefore there is no choice but to confront the urgent need for pension reform. Head-on, as a responsible government, we remain deeply mindful of the challenges the most vulnerable may face under the proposed changes and committed to addressing the concerns with compassion and empathy, as stated by him. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as a democratic government, the Honourable Prime Minister stated that 2 interministerial committees will be established to examine the matters related to the basic retirement pension. This government is here to consult as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as pointed out by the Honourable Prime Minister, the BRP is a time bomb which has already exploded, and pension reform is absolutely critical as it aims at enhancing fiscal sustainability and to protect future generations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, quoting George Orwell, "If liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. Liberty begins to take root. It is a plant of rapid growth, and this is what this government is doing. which will lead to a more sustainable Mauritius. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, if we care for the future generation, we need to act now. As rightly pointed out by Barack Obama, in the face of impossible odds, people who love this country can change it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, no politicians like to make unpopular decisions, but we have to admire the courage of the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and the Deputy Prime Minister, who without doubt means business for the betterment of this country. The work began with this responsible government in November 2024, and in 7 months a lot has been done. All ministers are doing their best to clear the mess of the previous regime by installing public responsibility in public finances, by giving the Bank of Mauritius back its independence, by rebuilding our public services. Now our task is to secure Mauritius' future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this budget sets out comprehensive plans of action and policies resting on 3 pillars: economic renewal, a social order, and fiscal consolidation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in shaping innovative Mauritius, education is a crucial building block for a brighter future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, a brighter future relies on how people across generations purposely engage in AI. Together, we must imagine the impossible to achieve the unthinkable. It is upon us all to build our future. This government has provided 200 million to various ministries to finance research that result in policy innovation. Ultimately, we will need intentfully redesign our education system, our economic system, our labor system to more broadly benefit from the power of generative AI. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is true, we the people invest our future, and that necessity is the mother of innovation. Without such significant resource, investments, ideas remains just that. This is why this government believes in innovating all the ministries. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in the upcoming future of the even lower cost of access to other group types of expertise, we should aim for no human left behind. We should fund massive AI literacy training for our current generations, XYZ. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let's start making sizable forward-looking investment on the people, part of people plus AI equation to make it balance. Only then we will get on the path to the exponentially brighter future for humanity and Mauritius. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, another pillar that Mauritius will develop is the blue economy. As rightly pointed out by the Honourable Dr. Boulel, the work has already started. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the high-level 2025 United Nations Conference to support the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 14 has seen Mauritius being represented by the Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this conference aims to support further and urgent action to conserve the sustainability use of oceans, seas, marine resources for sustainable development and identify ways and means to support the implementation of SDG 14. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, there will be an Assise de l'Océan which will come up with a blueprint. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in relation to the judiciary, the Attorney General is doing his best for the long-awaited reforms, and also the renovation of Flag District Court is most welcome. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this budget also brings changes in my constituency, that is number 10, where the implementation of motorway M4 project is underway from Forbach to Belair. Furthermore, there will be upgrading of B28 from Bouchon to Belair, extension of Bramstan Area Health Center, construction of Community Health Center at Trou-de-Douce, Camp-de-Mars, and Aiguayard. There will also be construction of jetties at Rodrigues. These have been long due. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this first budget lays the foundation for building this bridge to the future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this will be built together with the people of this country on solid foundation, with solid railings to protect the more vulnerable, with a solid platform to withstand the storm, with a clear pathway to a brighter future for the common good of this and future generations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the population put their trust in us, and we as a responsible government honor this trust to get us to the right destination. We must share the burden now so that we can share the proceeds of growth, as stated by the Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in replying to the speech of the Leader of the Opposition and Honourable Adrien Duval, I will just summarize it from two quotes. One from Plateau, that we can easily forgive a child who is afraid of the dark. The real tragedy of life is when men are afraid of light. And another one from Pierre Corneille, Le Menteur, 1644. Il faut une bonne mémoire après qu'on a menti. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the two leaders here are true patriots. And like Martin Luther King said, there comes a time when one must take position that is neither safe nor politic, nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it is right. Before concluding, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me thank the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and the Deputy Prime Minister and all ministers who courageously participated in the preparation of this budget. In conclusion, I will once again thank all the people in constituency number 10 to have put their faith in us. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this budget lays the foundation for rebuilding the bridge to the future. Et nous allons construire ce pont, même avec un mauvais temps. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I commend the appropriation and bill to the House. Long live Mauritius. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Dr. the Honourable Umia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have participated in a few debates over the last few years, but this particular one bears a great importance, not to the present alone, but to the future generation. I'm, however, glad to see today among our invitees a young generation of people sitting there watching how this government have at heart their future and make securing a better life for them in the future. This budget implements a vision to redress an economy completely devastated, as seen on one hand, about the state of the economy. This document will become a terms of reference in the future or in the future decades. Nobody will be able to deny it. And this is evidence of the catastrophic, reckless management of our finance by the previous government. And it showed the depth of our debts. On the other hand, I have been many times being shown in this House about PQs and PMQTs that have shown how the coffers of the state have been squandered, ransacked, and including the reckless and illegal recruitments by a manipulated local government service commission. We all heard yesterday how the Prime Minister mentioned how Nandan Gopi benefited 3.2 billion rupees from cash from the government of Mauritius. How the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he gave us in details how there was an abuse about using Mauritian money, our taxpayers' money, only to have a lifestyle so that they can enjoy it. But they never had concern for the suffering of the people of this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, budget brings a lot of expectations, anticipation, fears of taxes, criticism, but this budget was based on fiscal responsibility and concern of the status of a country particularly in relation to international agencies like Moody's, who had to consider their opinion and their probable actions if we do not act conservatively, appropriately, and with due diligence. This government has truly inherited a very catastrophic inheritance. The figures in the state of the economy, I've heard so many times the leader of the opposition and his colleague there, Adjourned, saying the figures, they don't lie. They don't lie. Public debt is expected to be 642 billion, more than the 574 expected. This will be 90% of our GDP. A budget deficit of 70 billion rupees. A depreciation of our rupee over the last 10 years. And we have also seen how there has been a loss of power in the buying capacity of our people, including inflation rate that have risen. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with all the wide-ranging measures announced in the budget, what is the government aim in producing such a budget? The aim was clear. We expect that a budget surplus in 5 years, a public sector debt to 75% within the next 3 years, and eventually to 60%, as when the Labour Party left government in 2014. A fiscal responsibility regulation that would ensure that we cannot and have levels of public sector debt overcoming more than 60%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, les budgets précédents ont jeté la poudre aux yeux avec des allocations à certaines couches de la société. But one must cut one's coat according to one's cloth. Et ceci n'a été fait. How did they do it? How could they give so much allocation? How could they pretend that they had enough money in the coffers of the bank? It is because our reserve figures were inflated, downplayed expenditures, overstated GDP, basically a combination of manipulation of figures, printing money, increasing debt, and contempt. They showed utter contempt to warnings from international monetary agencies like Moody's, who has been downgrading us sequentially over the last few years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the previous government nous a laissé un cadeau empoisonné, que ce soit en termes de finances ou de bonne gouvernance. Les finances, quand on regarde les dettes accumulées, des cours para-étatiques tels que la CEB, le CWA, le State Trading Corporation, Air Mauritius, National Property Fund, Metro Express, le NSDL, Multisport, on n'en finit pas. La bonne gouvernance envoie la queue au triangle de réduit, comme s'il y aurait un trafic jam. Je travaille à côté, je vois tous les jours les queues. Le Local Government Service, les présidents et ses membres sur investigation, le Eco-Diabog Saga, le MIC, l'achat de Teldon, le STC, l'achat du pétrole par le Mercantile Maritime Group. Le MIC s'est fait parler de lui plusieurs fois, le Menlo Park, Pulse Analytics et le Loan à Maradiva. Nandan Gopi a aussi bien bénéficié, aussi bien que le Silver Bank. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I just want to talk, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say a word on drug. The drug fight is everybody's fight, and this government, under the leadership of the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, has already shown the willpower to vraiment casser les reins trafiquants la drogue, not only by the various seizures. Only 2 days ago, approximately 12 kilos of cocaine was seized. Raids on drug lords, on their residences, on their drug den, and also on their distribution network. But more importantly, by the tangible evidence that this is working. And you know how it is working? Because across the country, there's a feel that there's a shortage of hard and soft drugs, also particularly in the capital, and this was well supplied before by drug barons. The many synthetic laboratories have nearly disappeared from all over the place. If more money were to be budgeted in this war, so be it, we must win it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will now focus on the issue of parallel imports, particularly imports of medicine. Parallel imports have always been the subject of intense debate. However, it is no secret that the price of medications in Mauritius keep on rising. Many are of the opinion that should parallel imports be available, then it will certainly bring a lowering of price of medication. Basically, what parallel imports mean is allowing the importation of medicine by a different supplier other than the local trade representative. I and all our friends here, every time we sit for lunch and dinner, they are all concerned about their cholesterol. They all talk about their blood sugar. Did you know that if you were to buy the local trade representative tablet of Crestor, it will cost you 1,500 rupees? While if you were to buy from parallel import, it will cost you only 650 rupees. So it's a big difference. The government has a duty of care, however, and responsibility to ensure that where those parallel imports will come from are safe and reliable, and where imported countries have good monitoring system. The Ministry of Health, my good friend, Honourable Anil Bechu, should ensure that these importers or their agents do not get involved into fraudulent products, forfeited products, dumped products, fake COMP, which is the Certificate of Good Manufacturing Practice. This is the essence, this is the gold standard of bringing medication in this country. The Pharmacy Act is very clear. It should protect the patient, the customers. However, there is much concern about so many of the importers of drugs, because some blue-eyed boy who knew the backdoor entry had been able to register 200 medication over a period of 4 years, where the competitive supplier could only register 5, 6. It is very sad to note that it should not be used. So the pharmacy board have to be looked into well, because now that it has been reconstituted, it should not fail to how it failed under the former minister, who took pleasure in making sure that the pharmacy board had members of his own family and cronies of his liking. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in order to ensure quality and safety, we need to have gold standard, like the Federal Trade Agency in the United States. And the Minister of Health will have to have a high-tech laboratory to evaluate and inspect the medical products allowed in the country. Whether parallel imports must be restricted to only expensive and life-saving products, it is a matter of further discussion. And the Competition Commission must also ensure that there's a very fine balance between parallel import over those local trade representatives who are the sole supplier. It is very important that such commission keep a close eye on that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am also confident that once parallel imports become a reality where prices will be more reasonable, it will set the pace for pharmacare, a system whereby anybody can have its medication free from any local pharmacy should not be available in hospital pharmacies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, health for all. The budget speech on health, as we've seen it, is a stark reminder of the paradigm shift this government plans for healthcare of the nation. In a sense, priorities being given on human capital and resources rather than brick and mortars. Le succès de tout établissement de soins de santé et puis aussi de l'ensemble de la population repose sur des résultats objectifs. La qualité de notre système d'urgence. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle il faut savoir ce que les patients nous disent. Le temps d'attente, les soins spécialisés, le service de radiologie ou de secours, c'est la vitrine de notre service de santé. La raison pour laquelle dans ce budget, il y a le recrutement des Qualified Emergency Physicians au lieu des Generalist Physicians. Et j'en suis sûr que cela apporterait un plus à un niveau très acceptable de notre soin de santé dans les hôpitaux publics. Deuxièmement, l'espérance de la vie, le taux de mortalité, le taux de morbidité. Ce n'est que secret pour personne que nous avons un taux élevé des maladies non transmissibles et aussi une augmentation inquiétante du cancer. Pour contrer cette tendance, le budget prévoit à la prévention et à l'éducation en ce qui concerne le mode de vie. Le programme de rémission avec 47 millions pour les 450 000 diabétiques et prédiabétiques, un comité consultatif sur les maladies cardiovasculaires et le diabète pour pratiquer ce qu'on appelle evidence-based practice. J'ai toujours parlé de cela et cette fois-ci, j'en suis ravi que le evidence-based practice sera partie des hôpitaux. Un dépistage complet du cancer du côlon, et ça c'est très important, et du cancer du sein. Nous avons un taux alarmant du cancer à Maurice. Et ce n'est que, juste avant le budget, ce document fut publié. Un document qui publie le dépistage du cancer du côlon. Et si on ne le fait pas, le cancer du côlon deviendrait le premier cancer de mortalité parmi les jeunes de 30 à 50 ans. La mise en place de 500 diabétiques et un programme de santé scolaire. L'efficacité clinique, c'est comparer de combien de nurses on a pour les patients. Il faut rétablir ce ratio. Et je suis pleinement ravi que le ministère de la Santé va procéder à la recrutement d'environ 1000 nurses et la formation et renforcement des capacités contribuera sans aucun doute à la réalisation de ces objectifs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, e-health. It's not going to be Rivière des Anguilles Dam. A long-awaited reform taking off for real, a project since 2012, where such delay has caused real frustration. What was missing was execution. Today we finally have the willpower, institutional setup, technical readiness, and expert guidance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a consultant in the field of medicine, I have seen firsthand how digital platforms can transform healthcare, digitalize patient record, streamline outpatients, ensure that security. This has been the main failings of e-health. And we have to be extremely cautious because anybody who has a password within that establishment can get access to your personal and confidential file. The ICT framework goes a lot to help in this project. As Member of Parliament and even backbencher, I want to ensure that the same innovation reaches our public healthcare system when it is needed most. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the seriousness of Health for All, which laid the basis for a fairer future, will be a stark reminder of the legacy that has been left since 2019 until 2024 by the former government, and particularly the rogue minister who did not hesitate to allow his cronies to ransack this country. Where to start? The juicy constructs of hyperfarm, the panic buying of chloroquine, the damning special audit on emergency procurement of 1.5 billion rupees, our DE and so much debated pack and blister, molnupiravir, which had a 200, 300, 400, 500, 700 increase, 100% increase in the initial price, Remdesivir and Ronaprev during COVID buying, which was not even necessary, the STC saga, masks, PPEs, les bijoutiers, les quincailliers, les amis d'enfance, les hôtesses de l'air, l'ITELEC, ECO, the golden handshake of the former chief executive, the FCC, the fact-finding committee on the deaths of 12 unfortunate dialyzed patients. I was sitting up there, what they say, I don't know what name was given, one of the Poulailler, whatever they said there. I was there when I questioned the minister who was there. And I asked him, will you set up a fact-finding committee on the dialyzed patient who unfortunately died? And his answer, as usual, with his cynical manners, he said no. For 3 days later, his own prime minister brought his pants down, déculottely, and said fact-finding committee had to be instituted. And today, we have the judicial inquiry going on, and you are present there, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I have personally made a request to depone on the judicial inquiry because I will say what these people have endured, and I might have my own opinion, how reckless and possibly erring on the side of criminality they have behaved during these days. The ENT no mortuary, the quarantine hotel saga, VVIP people, VIPs were living quarantine saga. Lack of oxygen, no preparedness, we had to go to Réunion to get it. Burnout staff, young girl passed away. Laboratory not equipped for PCR. Despite preparedness, despite the WHO mentioned that the COVID-19 was a public health emergency of international concern. Such were the glaring wastage of public funds. Never again these people should be allowed to be at the helms of government. It's good they are not here anymore. I don't see them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will fail in my speech if I do not say a few words on the so much canvassed pension funds reforms. The so-called wonder reform as brought by the ex-finance minister to support the pension fund, the CSG, was a complete fiasco. Let me remind the House that it had been dilapidated, the CSG, depleted, ransacked, and left with the government with a debt of 9 billion rupees. It is a fact that the pension at the age of 65 does bring an element of uneasiness among certain sectors of our workers and population. The question we all have to ask, is the current system sustainable over the years and generation to keep coming in mind? With an aging population, an increased number of retired employees, and a ratio of 2 working people for 1 retired person, and in the next common years, a ratio of 3 working people for 2 retiring persons, young individuals now contributing and not having a guarantee that their basic retirement pension will be paid. This budget has not changed the retirement age. This budget has kept the retirement at 65, and it will remain at 65. But we have to be careful, because the number of workers are shrinking, and the number of old age pensioners are soaring. The BRP is taking from 67 age over to 70 in most developed countries. In this country, it's from 2010, it was 1.9% of our GDP, and today it's nearly 7.8%. We have to be careful that the aging population will rise, since from 84,000 people to 250,000.
You got 1 minute to conclude.
People. However, a safety net for heavy-duty workers, sick people, housewives, vehicle drivers, construction, among others, must be considered. An appropriate discussion with relevant stakeholders will surely find common grounds for these people. We all hear the sounds of the boots on the ground, and notice that sounds of the boots on the ground that we've been hearing was not exclusively for a few, and we had an obligation. We had to be mindful of the political mileage of some criticism. Reason why the Prime Minister acted promptly, diligently, and with empathy for the vulnerable and instituted 2 interministerial committees. On a more positive note, I will say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm nearly finished. Please bear with me. I am fully supportive of the call that sacrifice must be seen from all members of this House, chief executives of parastatal bodies, directors and chairmen, previous heads of states, ambassadors, among a few. High-end expenses and traveling of parliamentarians, which are a necessity at times, are often the subject of discussion by people out there. Pour le petit peuple, parce que ce sont eux qui sont toujours appelés à serrer la ceinture, ils sentent la pression. Due attention must be given to them. I will say to Honourable Duval, who talk about this particular issue of sacrifice, if it really means sacrifice, I'll tell you what I'm prepared. I'm prepared to chip in, to participate if there were any contribution government will set up to help the needy. But will he forego a pension fund he acquired after only 78 days of being Speaker? He will not, I'm sure. He loves his money. To finish off, since the budget speech, I have heard on one private radio where a former minister came and said, "Sa budget la fin met l'homme dans les yeux ban maman." If he is listening to me, his government for 6 years fin met l'homme disant in the eyes of mothers, fathers, grandfathers, uncles, where young have been killed, died just to become the scourge of drugs. He should not teach us any lesson. But that former minister have forgotten one thing. He and his colleagues, and I tell to everybody to remind him that him and his colleagues will never and never dry the tears of blood of Mrs. Kisnem, whose husband was one of the agents and brutally murdered. To conclude, a very bold budget with some measures not politically popular at the moment, but whose success will lie in the welfare of our children, and future generations will be savored by them. I finish on a quote of Albert Camus. This quote is for the Honourable Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has, in an interview on one of the quotidiens du matin, dit, j'ai les épaules assez larges parce que j'ai fait la traversée du désert. But you know what Camus said about this attitude? In the midst of winter, I find within me an invincible summer, and that makes me happy. for it says that no matter how hard the world pushes against me, within me there is something stronger, something better, pushing right back the criticism. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister Gundia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Mauritius has been through a decade of drift, a decade of missed opportunities, growing inequality, and economic stagnation, to mention only a few. Our people have endured years of economic pressure. Basic necessities became harder to afford. Opportunities shrank under the weight of nepotism, and household budgets were stretched to their limits. All this while debt skyrocketed and policies lacked visions. The burden of mismanagement has taken its toll on the population. It has been heavy and it has been deeply felt. Development was stalled, vital infrastructure neglected, and instead white elephants were given center stage. Trust in public institutions eroded, and the promise of progress dimmed for families across the island. And when I listened to the speech of the leader of opposition yesterday, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it only confirmed that the country already knew. The speech was a reflection of the reason why Mauritians rejected the former government so decisively. It lacked direction, substance, and relevance. It is no surprise then that it took more than 6 months and this very budget for Pravin Jagnnath to finally make a public appearance. A historic 60-0 defeat does not come without cause. It comes when people feel unheard, unserved, and disillusioned. That speech gave us every reason to remember why we are here today, because the people of Mauritius demanded change, not slogans, but leadership. This budget we are debating today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is not just a set of numbers. It is a declaration of intent, a roadmap for positive change, national recovery, renewal, and hope. It is about economic empowerment, jobs, dignity, and justice. It is about restoring hope where there was loss of faith, and giving every Mauritian, whether a farmer, a teacher, an entrepreneur, or an artist, a real chance to thrive. Under the decisive leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Chandra Ramgoolam, and the Deputy Prime Minister, Honourable Paul Béranger, this government is restoring sound economic stewardship, planning for sustainable development, and committing to inclusive growth. We are building an economy that works for people beyond figures and statistics. We are catching up and forging the way forward by investing in infrastructure, education, healthcare, food security, innovations, sports, artistic and cultural rebirth. This budget is about reviving our beloved Mauritius so as to meet the challenges that lie ahead. And we should do so by being people-centric, that is, by placing people at the center of the policy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me now turn to the area under my direct responsibility: arts, culture, heritage, and the creative economy. This is certainly not a sector on the margins. It is a cornerstone of national identity, intercultural dialogue, peace, and sustainable
driver for economic resilience. For too long, it has been treated as ornamental, something nice to have, never something necessary. But ask the dancer whose stage was silenced, the painter whose work went unseen, and just days before the music day, the artist who never received a reply for a concert permit. They will tell you this was more neglect. It was deliberate erasure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, today I do not rise merely to support a budget. I rise to deliver a reckoning. This budget is our collective declaration that we will never again allow culture to be pushed aside. It is a rebirth, a rupture from the past. It is a moment where we say with full conviction that the soul of our nation is worth fighting for. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for 10 long years, our nation wandered in a fog of uncertainty, debt, and despair. What should have been a golden decade opportunity became instead an era of wasted potential and institutional decay. The arts and culture sector, which is our soul, our history, our story, and our identity, was pushed into the shadows, ignored by a government that treated it as an afterthought. No plan, no direction, no care, just silence. Under the previous administrations, the arts and culture sector was deprived of strategic investment and a coherent national policy. No cultural indicators were developed to measure the contribution of arts to sustainable development. No soft diplomacy, no cultural diplomacy, no digitization of heritage, no structured support to allow our artists to thrive at home or on the global stage. It was as if the creative heartbeat of our nation did not matter. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this budget marks a turning point, a restoration of faith, direction, and dignity. Under the leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, we are not only reversing a decade of indifference, but we are igniting a cultural renaissance. As I have always said, this government understands that culture is not a luxury, it is a right. It is a foundation for identity, unity, stability, peace, and economic innovation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me elaborate on the specific measures that will transform the sector. First, the establishment of a National Arts Open Commission will be a historic reform. This commission will bring together practitioners, experts, and policymakers from across disciplines to shape a national arts and culture policy. It will address infrastructure gaps, propose reforms, set measurable goals, and ensure that our sector is guided by long-term vision. That is one driven by actors in the sector themselves, those who live and breathe the arts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, our artists and event organizers have long been victims of an archaic, opaque, and frustrating permits system. Under the previous government, obtaining a permit for a concert or festival was an ordeal. Weeks, not to mention months, of bureaucracy, unclear requirements, and arbitrary decisions. This system stifled creativity and prevented artistic expression from reaching our communities. To address this, a dedicated cultural desk is being set up at my ministry. This is something our artists and event organizers have been demanding for years, crying out for a clear, accessible and responsive point of contact within government. And for 10 long years, those calls were ignored. Artists were forced to go from ministry to ministry, department to department, facing bureaucratic indifference and a total lack of accountability. This government finally acting where those have failed. The cultural desk will not be symbolic. It will be functional, empowered, and digital. It will fast-track approvals, streamline procedures, and ensure transparency. In collaboration with the Economic Development Board and the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation, we will develop a modern online application system that allows artists to submit, monitor, and receive timely responses to their requests. This is not a favor to our artists. It is a right that they have long been denied and which this government is determined to deliver. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we are also reimagining the role of art in the economy in a way that is bold, ambitious, and long overdue. For too long, the idea that art could be a source of wealth, economic empowerment, investment, soft diplomacy, and international influence was considered foreign to our shores. The previous administrations failed to understand its strategic importance, not to mention initiate a conversation on this. We are now setting records right with conviction. Through this budget, we are launching a pioneering initiative to position Mauritius as a regional hub for high-value art trading, housed within the Freeport zone. This innovative initiative will attract international collectors, investors, galleries and institutions, trade, store and showcase artworks in Mauritius, leveraging our strategic location, security, and favorable business environment. It will create a vibrant market for both local and international art, stimulating foreign direct investment and promoting Mauritius as a destination for cultural capital. But even more importantly, it creates an unprecedented opportunity for our Mauritian artists to break into the global art economy. Our talented painters, sculptors, photographers, and multimedia creators will now have access to new markets. This aligns with a measure as outlined in the budget, which recognizes art not just as an expression of culture, but as a viable export activity. A special facility will be created within the Freeport to support the trading of international artworks, making Mauritius a hub for investment, especially targeting ultra-high net worth individuals from around the world. This will not only boost foreign investment, but also create a platform for our local artists to gain international exposure, access new markets, and attract collectors. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this measure represents a radical shift in mindset. It recognizes art not only as culture, but as capital, something that builds value, commands respect, and creates jobs. For the first time, Mauritius will speak the language of global culture with confidence and pride. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, our national heritage has also suffered deeply. The outdated National Heritage Fund Act 2003 remains unrevised. The result, theft, loss of artifacts, deteriorating heritage buildings, and a disjointed approach to conservation. The previous government did absolutely nothing. This government will change that by launching the Heritage Steward Scheme. This bold new initiative will invite credible private sector partners to invest in the restoration and management of heritage sites, and the strict guidelines that preserve public ownership and cultural integrity. These sites will be revitalized into active, engaging spaces that serve as both historical monuments and economic engines through cultural tourism. Linked to this, we will reposition heritage as a key pillar of our tourism strategy. Heritage buildings and museums will be transformed into dynamic cultural destinations, offering performances, guided tours, workshops, and artisan markets. This will stimulate local economic development, job creation, decentralized cultural opportunity, and bring new life to rural and underserved areas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for over a decade, our parastatal bodies operated without clear mandates or any incentive to innovate. This resulted in inefficiency, duplication, and inertia. Now, every parastatal and state-owned enterprise under my ministry will require to develop a research, development, and innovation plan aligned with our national vision of an innovative Mauritius. These institutions will embrace new technologies like augmented reality, virtual tours, AI-driven visitor experiences, and digitized collections. This will benchmark against international standards, open virtual museums, launch online archives, and explore creative revenue models. This shift will help us reposition Mauritius as a competitive and vibrant cultural hub in the global arena. We will also invest in open data and big data infrastructure. The absence of data has long hindered our sector's ability to advocate, plan, or grow. Talking of data, the latter is crucial for informed decision-making. We are working with international institutions such as UNESCO for putting in place proper data collection. We act, we get things done, we will finally be able to measure the economic and social impact of arts and culture, aligned with UNESCO's 2030 Cultural Indicators for Sustainable Development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, intellectual property remains another crucial area that suffered from complete neglect. For too long, the Mauritius Society of Authors, MADA, has existed in name, but not in effectiveness. Once conceived to protect the lifeblood of our nation's creators, it has in recent years become synonymous with dysfunction. Its systems are outdated, its reach is limited, and its support to artists is minimal. Artists across Mauritius have waited months, sometimes years, for royalty payments that never came. They have asked for help in protecting their work and receive little more than silence. Many no longer even bother to register their creations, having lost all faith in the institution that is meant to safeguard their rights. That is not just a failure of administration, it is a political failure of the previous government. It is a betrayal towards the artists. Monsieur le Vice-président, ce que nous voyons là, c'est un refus clair et net de l'ancien gouvernement d'assumer ses responsabilités. À l'inverse, nous, le gouvernement d'aujourd'hui, avons la volonté ferme de faire avancer les choses avec détermination, sérieux et engagement. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this budget proposes a complete and uncompromising overhaul of MAZA. We will restructure its governance, modernize its processes, and make it a fully accountable body with real results. We will also strengthen the broader legal framework around intellectual property with focus on copyright, collective rights, and creators' rights, both locally and internationally. This is more than reform. It is a restoration of dignity. No artist in Mauritius should ever again feel invisible, powerless, deprived of their rights or unprotected. Under this government, their rights will be defended, their labor valued and respected, their voices heard. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for the very first time, this government has earmarked funds to embrace artificial intelligence across all sectors, and the arts and culture sector will benefit directly. Unlike the previous government, which showed no vision or willingness to modernize, we are embracing the tools for the future. AI can transform how we preserve, promote, and create culture through smart technologies and restore old photographs and artworks, digitize archives, and even power immersive virtual exhibitions. We have to harness the power of these innovations to help us reach new audiences, preserve our heritage, and open fresh opportunities for artistic expression. At the same time, recognize AI challenges and concerns on ownership, originality, and creativity of the human artist. We will follow these developments closely, grasp and optimize the opportunities to new technologies such as AI Unleashed, while ensuring that we respect, protect, and encourage human artistic creativity. We will embrace innovation, but always with the protection and empowerment of our artists at heart. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the other hand, it is high time that Mauritius moves beyond a narrow sector-specific approach to cultural investment. While the previous government maintained a film rebate scheme, it failed to extend similar support to other vital areas of the arts, such as music, dance, theater, literature, visual arts, and interdisciplinary projects. As a result, the creative sector remained fragmented, underfunded, and disconnected from national development priorities. The cultural rebate scheme will support all artistic disciplines, encourage private sponsorship and investment in culture, and democratize funding. It is a bold step towards making creativity a recognized pillar of our economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry currently operates a wide range of support schemes for artists, each targeting a different stage of artistic development and professionalization. These include the scheme for concert, the scheme for the development of performing arts groups, the International Development Grant Scheme for performing artists, the Artist Incubator Scheme, and the Scheme for International Competitions, among others. While I am informed that these schemes have provided essential support over the years, it is clear they have remained largely static. There has been little assessment on whether they effectively respond to artists' aspirations in a fast-changing creative landscape. Under the previous government, these schemes were treated as checkboxes offered in name but never truly evaluated for impact. Through the forthcoming Assises des Arts et de la Culture, we will engage directly with the artistic community to understand the expectations of the end beneficiaries. Are these schemes still relevant? Are they accessible? Do they provide the depth and continuity of support artists need? What are the shortcomings? How could it be enhanced? The answers to these questions will guide a complete restructuring of our funding mechanism. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we are committed to moving from a model of passive disbursement to one of active development. Schemes will no longer simply provide assistance. They will be aligned with national objectives for creativity, entrepreneurship, and inclusion. This is how we build a sector that thrives and not survives. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the status of the Artists Act 2023 will have to be revisited on the basis of the expectation of artists and the realities of the sector. Our artists need to be given the opportunity to be more meaningfully engaged. I understand from consultations held with the artistic community that their life experiences, their unique challenges, and their expectations of institutional support were reflected in the final document. As it stands, there are various issues the artistic community wishes to address through this act. The very people this act is aimed at protecting and giving legitimacy have in the press voiced out its shortcomings. We would provide them the opportunity to submit their proposal to review the legislation. This government will not repeat the mistake of the past. This time, artists, creators, and stakeholders in the creative ecosystem will be meaningfully listened to. Their concerns will be taken seriously, their life experiences respected, and their voices integrated into the redrafting of the law. We will work closely with artists, cultural workers, legal experts, and civil society to co-create a revised framework that truly reflects the realities of the sector. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the recognition of artists as workers, as professionals, and as right holders must not be symbolic. It must be written in law, implemented through policy, and respected in practice. Only then we can say that we have honored our artists, not with words, but with justice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, before I conclude, the leader of the opposition claimed yesterday that this budget marks the last mandate for many of us in this side of the House. Yet, let me remind him with respect and clarity that in the last general election, he was not even among the top 3 elected candidates in his own constituency. In fact, he did not even make it to the top 5. He sits in this House today not by the will of the electorate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the budget presented by the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance does not divide, it unites. It does not patch, it rebuilds. It does not whisper, it sings. It says to every Mauritian that you matter. And it says to our artists, our custodians of memory and imagination, that they are no longer an overthought. They are the heartbeat. Let us honor them. Let us honor every Mauritian who kept going through the darkness, because today, together, we turn a page. From the pain to possibility, from neglect to nationhood, from the abyss to prosperity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let us be creative, walk this bridge together with resolve for our beloved motherland, for our fellow citizens, in peace, justice, and liberty. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll break 40. So I suspend the sitting for half an hour. Thank you.
may be seated. Yes, Honourable Le Gouvin, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, je prends la parole aujourd'hui avec une profonde émotion, une grande responsabilité et une foi inébranlable en notre devoir collectif de redresser notre pays, non seulement économiquement, mais aussi moralement. Ce budget, représenté avec courage, lucidité, marque une étape décisive dans notre engagement pour une société plus juste, plus équitable et plus digne. Avant tout, je voudrais féliciter mon ministre, l'honorable Maïn Gondia, qui est en train de faire un travail formidable pour redonner sa lettre de noblesse au ministère des Arts et de la Culture, sans faire de film comme certains recos.
Comme certains.
La perte de la culture peut entraîner une perte d'identité. J'estime essentiel de dresser un état des lieux honnête de ces 10 dernières années de la politique culturelle. Vision absente entre 2015 et 2024, aucune stratégie nationale culturelle n'a été adoptée. Les instances consultatives, Fonds national des arts, Conseil des arts sont restées lettres mortes, dépourvues des moyens humains et financiers. Des infrastructures en déséance. Le théâtre de Serge Constantin n'a pas été rénové depuis son ouverture. Les problèmes d'accessibilité, de sécurité et de climatisation demeurent irrésolus. Les maisons de jeunes à Flac, Pipe, Rodrigues ont été abandonnées, privées notamment les troupes amateurs de lieux de répétition. Les soutiens financiers mal calibrés, les 50 millions annuels du Fonds national des arts ont été absorbés par des projets isolés et sans suivi ni bilan. La bureaucratie paralysante pour monter un festival de 1000 à 3000 personnes, il fallait obtenir plus d'une vingtaine d'autorisations auprès de 8 services différents, avec des délais d'instruction supérieurs à 6 mois. Des patrimoines fragilisés. Le musée de Maïbourg et de Port-Louis n'ont pas bénéficié de programmes de restauration ou de numérisation de leurs collections. Ces constats n'est pas qu'un réquisitoire, mais la preuve de l'urgence qui s'impose. Réparer les fractures, créer un cadre cohérent et assurer un pilotage transparent. L'art et la culture comme piliers de notre société. En tant que junior ministère des Arts et de la Culture, je me réjouis des mesures fortes et concrètes prises pour revitaliser notre secteur artistique et culturel. Le budget 2025-2026 traduit une volonté claire, celle de replacer la culture au cœur de notre projet national. L'avenir de l'art et de la culture, Madame, dépend de beaucoup de choses, surtout de la coopération. Maurice, Rodrigues et Réunion. La coopération ne doit pas être un one-shot. Il nous faut un plan constant suivi et partagé. Dans cette dynamique de relance et de structuration de notre secteur culturel, je tiens à souligner les formidables perspectives de coopération entre île Maurice, Rodrigues et l'île de la Réunion, telles qu'identifiées lors de ma mission officielle et de ma participation au marché des musiques de l'océan Indien. Cette collaboration ouvre la voie véritable, enrichissement mutuel et permettra de renforcer la formation de nos artistes, techniciens et opérateurs culturels, d'inspirer une structuration professionnelle de notre filière et de stimuler les échanges à travers des résidences, des festivals communs et des projets de création partagés. Ensemble, nous pouvons bâtir un véritable écosystème régional du spectacle vivant. C'est dans cet esprit que j'ai pris l'engagement de proposer un débat sur le sujet lors des National Open Arts Commission, afin que les artistes et les acteurs du terrain soient pleinement associés à l'élaboration des politiques publiques culturelles. Cette coopération régionale est pour nous tous une chance, une inspiration, mais surtout une réponse concrète aux défis auxquels notre culture est confrontée aujourd'hui. Madame la Présidente, les femmes au foyer sont souvent les héroïnes invisibles. Je veux aussi saluer une décision qui me touche personnellement, la création d'un comité sous le chairmanship du Premier ministre qui va revoir le support les personnes âgées entre 60 et 65 ans et qui inclut les femmes au foyer. Trop souvent oubliées, ce sont elles qui nous ont élevés, éduqués, transmis les vraies valeurs. Elles n'ont pas toujours eu la chance d'aller à l'école, mais elles nous ont transmis la vérité, le respect et surtout la discipline. Il serait irresponsable de parler de redressement sans évoquer les injustices profondes subies par nos concitoyens les plus vulnérables, Madame la Présidente. Sous l'Ancien Régime, de nombreuses personnes en situation handicapée ont été brutalement privées de leur pension, sur la base de décisions opaques du Medical Board qui jugeait soudainement apte à travailler ou prétendait qu'elle ne représentait plus un taux d'invalidité supérieur à 60%. On est en droit de se demander si cette vague de 6 suspensions n'avait pas pour but de faire artificiellement baisser la masse budgétaire des pensions. À cela s'ajoutent les retards inacceptables, les paiements des heures supplémentaires pour plusieurs ministères, y compris dans les hôpitaux où les soignants n'ont pas perçu que leur dû était pendant des mois malgré leur dévouement quotidien. Et que dire les entreprises ayant obtenu des contrats publics et qui se sont retrouvées soit impayées, soit confrontées à d'énormes retards de règlement. C'est un gouvernement qui tue Mezzano. Madame la Présidente, le leader de l'opposition a déclaré que notre gouvernement est rapidement devenu impopulaire et nous l'assumons pleinement. Mais contrairement à d'autres, nous n'avons ni coupé les internets, ni fait taire ceux qui manifestent. Nous écoutons, nous dialoguons et surtout, nous ne gouvernons pas par la peur, mais avec conviction. Et si je dois choisir entre un gouvernement impopulaire qui prend ses responsabilités et un gouvernement populaire mais voleur, je préfère rester dans un gouvernement impopulaire mais qui pas coquin. Parce qu'à la fin, ce n'est pas la popularité qui fait la grandeur d'un mandat, c'est l'intégrité, la justice et le respect du peuple. Le leader de l'opposition a parlé de trahison. Je vais lui poser une question. Est-ce que les anciens parlementaires du gouvernement, le PEP, qui a dilapidé le fonds public, qui nous a mis dans la situation que l'on est aujourd'hui, méritent-ils une pension parlementaire, y compris son Premier ministre. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi d'exprimer ma reconnaissance au Premier ministre et au DPM pour la confiance qu'ils ont placée dans la jeunesse mauricienne. Ils envoient un signal fort, préparer la relève, c'est-à-dire avec lucidité, avec courage et responsabilité. Lucidité, un mot qui a cruellement manqué à l'ancien régime, car au lieu de dire la vérité au peuple, ils ont maquillé la réalité. Endetter le pays, distribuer sans compter, juste pour donner l'illusion que l'économie allait bien. Mais l'illusion est tombée et aujourd'hui, ce gouvernement, nous n'avons pas d'autre choix. Nous avons hérité d'un pays fragilisé, d'un appareil d'État affaibli et d'une économie laissée dans un état critique. Je le dis avec gravité, nous avons la responsabilité de restaurer la prospérité et la soutenabilité de notre nation, non seulement pour aujourd'hui, mais pour les générations à venir. Et parmi les décisions difficiles que nous devons prendre figure la réforme de la pension. Cette mesure impopulaire, certes, mais indispensable si nous voulons garantir que nos aînés dans 10-20 ans puissent encore bénéficier d'une pension digne à l'âge de la retraite. Mais je vais plus loin, Madame la Présidente. Je suis pour des réformes à tous les niveaux. Nous devons également revoir l'ensemble des privilèges accordés aux serviteurs de l'État. Car si nous parlons de responsabilité budgétaire, d'austérité, de la justice, des sacrifices doivent venir de tout, y compris de nous, les parlementaires. Il est également temps de renforcer les pouvoirs de la National Audit Office pour que chaque roupie dépensée par un ministère ou une institution publique soit de manière judicieuse, efficace et transparente. Oui, nous avons demandé sacrifice à la population, mais nous devons en faire aussi, ensemble, unis avec nos concitoyens. Nous pouvons redresser l'économie que le précédent régime nous a laissée en ruine. Et c'est en agissant comme une seule nation, avec unité et sincérité, que nous redonnerons à Maurice sa place de tigre de l'océan Indien. Mais comment parler de justice sans dénoncer les abus? Nous n'avons pas oublié l'épisode du petit coquelette perché sur la chaise du loudspeaker, Madame la Présidente. 78 jours en poste, 3 voyages qui a coûté plus de 700 000 roupies, seulement 4 séances présidées et déjà éligible à une pension. C'est tout simplement inadmissible. Et aujourd'hui, il a le culot de venir nous donner des leçons. Il est aussi complice que les MSM. Je veux le dire sans détour, si nous en sommes là aujourd'hui, dans un pays où les fonds publics ont été dilapidés, où les institutions n'inspirent plus de confiance, c'est à cause du MSM. Ils ont transformé la politique en un business où les plus puissants s'enrichissent pendant que le peuple s'appauvrit. Lorsque nous avons pris les rênes de notre ministère, le ministère des Arts et de la Culture en 2024, Madame la Présidente, nous avons trouvé à peine 200 000 roupies dans les caisses. Et je vous le dis franchement, si les élections ont eu lieu à la fin de 2024, nous aurons hérité d'un ministère vide. Et pourtant, ces mêmes personnes osent critiquer. Ce sont eux qui doivent rendre des comptes. Ce sont eux qui doivent expliquer la largesse accordée à certains très bien connectés. Ce sont eux qui doivent justifier des milliards de la MIC distribués à droite, à gauche, sans transparence. Pour conclure, Madame la Présidente, c'est à nous, la nouvelle génération, de montrer que la politique n'est pas une carrière, mais un service, un sacrifice, un devoir. Et je fais pleinement confiance à mon gouvernement. Et je salue le grand qu'a eu le Premier ministre et le Deputy Prime Minister de venir proposer un tel budget difficile, comme on dit, impopulaire. Mais il faut avoir du cran que l'autre Premier ministre n'a pas eu. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Je vous remercie. Yes, Mr. Parapen. Honourable Parapen.
Madame la Présidente, lors de la présentation du dernier budget du gouvernement sortant, la dette publique du pays pour la période 2024-2025 était estimée à la hauteur de 71,1% du PIB. Et nous voilà 12 mois après, cette même dette publique est estimée à 90% du PIB. Donc, qu'a-t-il bien pu se passer en 12 mois pour que le taux d'endettement du pays s'affole de la sorte? On parle quand même ici d'une augmentation de près de 20 points de base, un scénario cauchemardesque. Ce nouveau gouvernement s'attendait à hériter d'une situation économique difficile, mais un endettement à 90% du PIB et à n'en point douter le worst of a worst case scénario. Le seuil de la dette est largement dépassé. Comme l'honorable Le Govin l'a si bien rappelé, le leader de l'opposition parle de trahison. Et je pense qu'effectivement, il y a eu trahison. Dans toute cette histoire, il y a des traites. Mais quand l'honorable leader de l'opposition, Joe Lejonga, parle de trahison, il ferait bien de se mettre devant un miroir. Ou même de faire un selfie en ramenant tout l'état-major du MSM autour de lui et leurs acolytes, les Ganou, Obigadou, Colin Davelou et même le clan Duval. La manipulation des chiffres économiques sous le régime MSM est odieuse, voire criminelle. Ils mentent comme ils respirent, et cela dure depuis des années. Pensez-vous, Madame la Présidente, que l'Alliance du changement aurait fait les promesses qu'elle a faites pendant la récente campagne électorale si elle savait que l'endettement du pays allait être de 90% en juin 2025? Certainement pas. On s'attendait à hériter d'une maison en mauvais état. Nous avons hérité d'une maison en ruine. Madame la Présidente, sans fausse modestie, je pense être l'un des mieux placés dans cette Chambre pour pouvoir parler du rating de Moody's. Ayant travaillé quelques 15 années sur les marchés financiers internationaux, j'ai eu l'occasion d'étudier en profondeur la structure de dizaines d'économies à travers le monde et d'apprécier l'approche des agences de notation comme Moody's vis-à-vis de ces économies. Et je dois dire que je suis surpris que Moody's n'ait pas encore baissé la notation du pays. Surtout après la découverte de la falsification des chiffres par l'ancien régime. Et tout se jouera sur ce budget. Et si le gouvernement n'arrive pas à convaincre, je pense qu'on passera facilement en territoire junk. D'après mes recherches, il y a une vingtaine de pays qui sont passés d'investment grade à junk status. Et pour la majorité de ces pays, ils ont eu énormément de mal à réintégrer la catégorie de investment grade. Il est beaucoup plus facile de subir un downgrade que de voir sa notation rehaussée. En moyenne, cela a pris 7 ans. Oui, 7 ans pour qu'un pays qui passe en junk state puisse revenir à un niveau de investment grade. Dans le cas de la Grèce, par exemple, cela a pris près de 20 ans pour qu'elle retrouve une notation investment grade. Autant dire que c'est aujourd'hui extrêmement important pour le pays de préserver à tout prix sa note BAA3. Un downgrade serait néfaste pour le secteur financier et bancaire principalement, mais aussi par extension pour l'économie en général. Et pour ce faire, il n'y a pas 36 solutions. Il faut baisser le niveau d'endettement du pays et il faut le baisser aussi vite que possible. La moyenne d'endettement pour les autres pays avec une notation similaire à la nôtre, c'est-à-dire BAA3, la moyenne d'endettement de ces pays se situe autour de 70% du PIB. Nous, on est actuellement à 90%. Le compte est vite fait. L'honorable Outim nous a clairement expliqué la problématique du déficit budgétaire sur l'année financière 2024-2025, un déficit budgétaire à 9,8%, où l'État dépense trop et ne récupère pas assez d'argent. Donc, il faut s'attaquer à la fois à diminuer les dépenses et aussi à augmenter les revenus. Et c'est exactement ce que ce budget s'attelle de faire. Un certain syndicaliste, proche, me dit-on, de l'Ancien Régime, a qualifié ce budget d'ultra-libéral. Alors que l'action en bourse de la banque principale du pays, la Mauritius Commercial Bank, a perdu quelques 40 roupies de son cours depuis l'annonce du budget, soit près de 10% de sa valeur, et que la capitalisation de la bourse locale, le SEMDEX, est tombée de 5,4%, il faudrait que ce syndicaliste m'explique sa compréhension de l'ultralibéralisme un de ces jours. De mémoire, aucun budget n'a pris autant aux fortunés de notre société et au secteur privé. Taxes plus progressives sur les salaires, fair share contribution de 15% pour les revenus individuels au-dessus de 12 millions de roupies, fair share contribution pour les entreprises ayant une profitabilité au-dessus de 24 millions de roupies, taxes additionnelles sur les banques, l'introduction d'un alternative minimum tax, augmentation des revenus par rapport au secteur immobilier, réduction drastique des fiscal incentives pour les smart cities, imposition d'un tourist fee de 3 € par nuitée pour le secteur touristique. Ce budget a le mérite d'aller prendre l'argent où il se trouve. Puisqu'un exercice budgétaire est avant tout un exercice de chiffres, donnons-nous la peine d'analyser certaines données chiffrées. Pendant longtemps, le fardeau fiscal de notre pays a reposé trop lourdement sur les épaules de la classe travaillère. D'ailleurs, les chiffres le montrent clairement. En 2023-2024, les taxes sur les produits et les services, comprenez la TVA, représentaient 60% des revenus récurrents de l'État. C'est une grande victoire pour la population. C'est une grande victoire pour la population, surtout celles qui peinent à finir les fins de mois. On pourrait même dire que c'est une avancée historique. Et là, je ne peux que dénoncer le silence de l'opposition parlementaire et extra-parlementaire à ce sujet. aussi bien le silence des syndicats. Le rééquilibrage fiscal, tant voulu par Résistance et qu'Alternative, n'est finalement plus mirage et représente une solide avancée progressiste pour le pays. Cependant, je demande au ministre des Finances de s'assurer à ce que ce rééquilibrage soit de nature permanente. Aujourd'hui, avec ce budget, c'est une injustice de plusieurs années qui est rétablie. Il ne faudrait donc pas que dans quelques années, le gouvernement fasse marche arrière et redemande au petit peuple de porter de manière disproportionnée le fardeau de la taxe. D'ailleurs, il y a un élément dans le budget qui a peut-être échappé à beaucoup, mais pas à moi. Cet élément, c'est l'appellation de la taxe additionnelle sur les gros salaires et les profits au-dessus de 24 millions de roupies pour les entreprises. On parle de Fair Share Contribution on High Income Earners et de Fair Share Contribution on Corporates, qu'on peut traduire littéralement comme contribution équitable pour ceux qui touchent de gros revenus et pour les entreprises profitables. Ce qui sous-entend aussi qu'en l'absence de ces prélèvements dans les budgets précédents, la situation n'était pas équitable et que les individus touchant de gros revenus et les entreprises profitables se gavaient alors que d'autres, moins fortunés, devaient contribuer plus aux caisses de l'État de manière inéquitable. Je compte donc sur ce gouvernement pour maintenir un environnement fiscal équitable dans le futur. Permettez-moi maintenant d'aborder la réforme de l'âge à laquelle un citoyen mauricien peut accéder au Basic Retirement Pension. J'entends plusieurs de mes collègues dire qu'on n'avait pas le choix de faire autrement. Je ne suis pas d'accord. On aurait bien pu garder l'éligibilité au Basic Retirement Pension à 60 ans, mais à quel prix? La réforme du Basic Retirement Pension sur les 5 prochaines années permettra au pays de faire des économies de 30 milliards de roupies et quelques 90 milliards de roupies sur les 10 prochaines années. Et donc, dans le plan de consolidation des finances de l'État, la réforme du BRP est cruciale pour pouvoir amener la dette publique à des niveaux plus soutenables. Ces économies conséquentes vont permettre au pays d'investir massivement dans des secteurs clés pour booster la productivité et ainsi relancer la croissance. C'est à la page 6 du Public Sector Investment Programme 2025-2030 qu'on comprend plus les investissements ambitieux de notre gouvernement. Sur les 5 prochaines années, 42 milliards vont être investis dans les State-Owned Enterprises, qui croulent aujourd'hui sous la dette, héritage de l'ancien gouvernement. Et parmi ces State-Owned Enterprises, on retrouve 13 milliards pour les projets capitaux de la Central Electricity Board, 13 milliards pour Airport of Mauritius Limited, 3,5 milliards pour la Cargo Handling Corporation, 2,7 milliards pour le Mauritius Ports Authority et près de 7 milliards pour les logements sociaux qui se retrouvent sous la NHDC et la NSLD. Voilà de quoi remettre certains secteurs de l'économie mauricienne sur les rails du progrès et du développement. Je ne peux cependant terminer mon allocution, Madame la Présidente, sans un cri du cœur. Il est indiscutable que nous héritons d'une situation économique extrêmement difficile. Et je suis persuadé que les mesures courageuses qu'entreprend ce gouvernement porteront leurs fruits dans quelques années. Mais pour l'heure, il nous faut faire des sacrifices. C'est l'ADN même de ce budget. Mais peut-on continuer de prêcher quand on a les pieds au chaud? Il y a une perception grandissante parmi la population que l'esprit de sacrifice épargne les élus du jour. J'estime essentiel que les élus montrent l'exemple et sacrifient certains de leurs privilèges. Doit-on rationaliser les podiums pour les voyages à l'étranger? Doit-on revoir les modalités pour les duty-free cars? Je propose qu'un comité se penche sur la question et fasse des propositions concrètes dans les plus brefs délais. Quand je trouve difficile de demander à un travailleur touchant le salaire minimal de sacrifier quelques années supplémentaires de sa vie pour notre pays, alors que nos privilèges demeurent intacts. Pour terminer, Madame la Présidente, l'opposition parle sans gêne d'un supposé démantèlement de l'État-providence par ce gouvernement. Quel culot! Alors que pendant 10 années, ils se sont attelés à détruire ce que notre peuple a pris plus de 50 ans à construire. Alors qu'ils ont achevé la National Pension Scheme, alors qu'ils ont égorgé notre démocratie, alors qu'ils ont guillotiné la liberté d'expression, alors qu'ils ont violé la séparation des pouvoirs, alors qu'ils ont instauré un totalitarisme puant, ils ont le culot aujourd'hui de prôner la bienséance. Shame on them. Madame la Présidente, le loup ne s'inquiète pas de la brebis qu'il a mangée. C'est la raison pour laquelle ce samedi, le loup s'affichera avec la brebis au champ de Mars. Après tout, ne dit-on pas que l'appétit vient en mangeant? Alors que nous continuerons de rebâtir notre société, aussi pénible soit la reconstruction. Quand nous avons un pont vers l'avenir à construire, un welfare state à préserver. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Je vous remercie. Je remercie les deux qui viennent de parler d'avoir plus que respecté l'heure. Ça fait gagner du temps. Mademoiselle Antil, Honourable Whip.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, I don't promise to take you to heaven, but I shall certainly prevent you from going to hell. Autrement dit, je ne promets pas de vous conduire au paradis, mais je vous empêcherai certainement d'aller en enfer. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi de revenir sur cette célèbre et puissante citation choisie par le Premier ministre pour conclure son grand oral sur le budget. Ces mots empruntés de Dag Hammarskjöld, ancien secrétaire général des Nations Unies, ne révèlent pas de la poésie politique. Ils traduisent une posture de responsabilité, de lucidité et de courage. Ils incarnent un leadership qui ne dérobe pas, qui ne maquille pas la réalité, mais qui assume pleinement, avec humilité, le poids du moment. Et ce moment est grave. Nous connaissons tous l'héritage laissé, le lourd héritage laissé par le précédent gouvernement MSM. Le rapport sur l'état de l'économie en dit long. Aujourd'hui, l'Alliance du changement s'efforce de remettre de l'ordre dans les dossiers longtemps négligés. Le gouvernement sortant de Pravin Jagnnath a laissé derrière lui une économie saignée à blanc et des caisses de l'État dangereusement vidées, un pays profondément fragilisé. Leur passage au pouvoir, Madame la Présidente, restera dans l'histoire comme une période de dilapidation massive et de mensonges organisés. 45 milliards. 45 milliards évaporés depuis l'introduction de la CSG. 160 milliards dilapidés à travers la MIC. Un déficit commercial dépassant les 200 milliards. Ce n'est pas un accident, c'est le fruit. C'est le fruit d'un cynisme électoral où les ressources publiques ont été utilisées comme caisse noire de campagne. Sous couvert de mesures populaires, le gouvernement MSM a dépensé sans retenue, non pas dans l'intérêt général, mais dans l'unique obsession de s'accrocher au pouvoir coûte que coûte. Nous avons hérité, Madame la Présidente, d'un pays vidé de ses moyens, asphyxié par des années de gestion opaque et des dérives électoralistes. Les finances publiques ont été détournées à des fins partisanes. Ce passif pèse lourd sur chaque citoyen. L'avenir de notre pays a été compromis par des décisions dictées non pas par une vision, mais par la peur de perdre le pouvoir au prix de la stabilité financière du pays et de la confiance de nos institutions. Madame la Présidente, il est temps de tourner la page, de reconstruire avec lucidité, responsabilité et transparence. Ce budget n'a pas été conçu pour séduire, mais pour redresser. Il vise à réparer ce qui a été brisé, à restaurer la confiance et à rebâtir sur des fondations saines, justes et durables. Ce budget remet l'humain au cœur de nos priorités. Pour une éducation qui ouvre les portes, une santé qui soigne avec dignité, un logement qui protège et un travail qui respecte. Madame la Présidente, les politiciens vampires du MSM ont bu le sang du peuple jusqu'à la dernière goutte, sans pitié. Les finances publiques doivent à nouveau servir le peuple et non le pouvoir. La route sera longue. La route sera longue, mais nous la parcourons ensemble, dans la vérité, avec le courage et avec le respect dû à celles et à ceux qui attendent de nous des résultats et non des discours. Notre pays a payé cher les dérives du passé. Il mérite mieux. Il mérite une véritable reconnaissance. Et cette reconnaissance, nous l'avons déjà engagée avec détermination, lucidité, la volonté farouche de construire un avenir à la hauteur de nos espérances. Reconstruire exige du courage politique, de la solidarité, de l'innovation au service du bien commun et une volonté inébranlable de regarder la vérité en face. Nous n'avons rien à cacher. Gouverner après le chaos laissé par le gouvernement MSM, c'est redonner un cap. Gouverner après la peur, après les menaces instaurées sous le régime de Pravin Jagnat, c'est restaurer la confiance. Madame la Présidente, je porte un nom chargé d'histoire. Le nom Anctil, un nom qui n'a jamais été associé à la résignation, mais à la lutte, à la justice sociale, à la dignité des travailleurs, à l'émancipation d'un peuple. Ce nom m'oblige, ce nom m'impose de ne jamais détourner le regard, surtout lorsque des réformes risquent de frapper les plus vulnérables d'entre nous. Aujourd'hui, l'état de notre économie affaibli par des années d'inertie et un endettement préoccupant nous oblige à envisager des mesures difficiles mais nécessaires. Le report de l'âge de retraite à 65 ans en fait partie. Ce n'est pas une décision de confort, mais une décision de responsabilité. Notre système de pension est sous pression et le maintien de la pension de vieillesse à 60 ans dans sa forme actuelle n'est plus soutenable. Notre pays fait face à un déséquilibre démographique majeur. Il y a désormais moins de travailleurs que de retraités dans notre pays. Malgré cela, nous continuons à verser une pension universelle coûteuse et qui est devenue insoutenable. Près de 55,4 milliards de roupies par an. Ce modèle fragilise dangereusement nos finances publiques. Le risque de déclassement par des agences comme Moody's est désormais réel et imminent. Ce désastre budgétaire est le fruit direct de l'héritage dévastateur du régime MSM qui a sacrifié la viabilité économique du pays sur l'autel de ses calculs électoralistes. Madame la Présidente, nous ne fuyons pas nos responsabilités, nous faisons face avec lucidité et courage pour éviter un effondrement du système. Ne pas agir aujourd'hui, c'est compromettre l'avenir des pensions de demain. Nous devons à tout prix préserver le droit à une retraite décente pour les générations futures. Madame la Présidente, le monde du travail a changé, tout comme les réalités sociales. La pénibilité et la précarité demeurent. Et toute réforme devra être juste, humaine et progressive, parce que tous les métiers ne peuvent pas être exercés à un âge avancé. Une aide-soignante, Madame la Présidente, qui a commencé à 18 ans, un chauffeur de bus dont le dos est usé, une couturière, une caissière, un maçon, eux, comptent les années qui leur restent à tenir, souvent dans la douleur. Peut-on, la question qui s'impose, peut-on traiter de la même façon un cadre et un ouvrier? Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, je ne suis pas là pour faire de l'idéologie, je suis là pour défendre un principe simple, hérité de ceux qui m'ont précédé. Travailler, ce n'est pas seulement produire, c'est aussi mériter de vieillir dans la dignité. Fidèle à mes racines syndicales, je crois au dialogue, à la concertation. Ce débat de ces derniers jours n'est pas technique, il est profondément humain. Et c'est dans cet esprit que 2 comités ont été mis en place pour accompagner cette réforme avec justice et discernement. L'un, présidé par le Premier ministre pour examiner les mesures de soutien possibles aux personnes âgées de 60 à 65 ans, travaillant dans des secteurs aux conditions particulièrement difficiles, ainsi qu'aux femmes au foyer et mères éventuellement éligibles sous conditions de ressources. L'autre comité, présidé par le ministre de la Sécurité sociale, pour étudier les aides possibles destinées aux personnes en situation de handicap ou d'invalidité liées à leur état de santé, les empêchant de poursuivre leur activité professionnelle. Ces initiatives, Madame la Présidente, témoignent de notre volonté de protéger les plus vulnérables et d'adapter notre système aux réalités humaines sans laisser personne sur le bord du chemin. Alors oui, appelons à la responsabilité collective. Construisons un système de retraite qui protège les plus vulnérables, qui respecte le travail accompli et qui soit viable pour les générations futures. Refuser d'en parler, Madame la Présidente, c'est fuir nos responsabilités. L'aborder ensemble, avec justice et courage, c'est honorer nos luttes passées et préparer un avenir digne. Madame la Présidente, je porte en moi une profonde reconnaissance envers les habitants de Belle-Rose-Quatre-Bornes que j'ai l'honneur de représenter. Je m'engage à rester à leur côté pour défendre leurs intérêts, leurs difficultés et leurs espoirs. Depuis mon arrivée, j'ai découvert une circonscription marquée par 10 ans de négligence. Routes en mauvais état, équipements publics laissés à l'abandon, congestion routière persistante, la situation était critique en seulement 7 mois. En seulement 7 mois, grâce à une collaboration active avec les ministères et notamment celui des collectivités locales, suite à mes questions parlementaires, plusieurs projets concrets ont vu le jour à Belle-Rose 4 bornes, circonscription numéro 18. À la source, l'ancien gouvernement avait mutilé un terrain de foot en y installant sans consultation des bordures en béton au milieu du terrain pour un soi-disant parcours de jogging. Une décision absurde, dangereuse et méprisante. Avec la municipalité de 4 bornes, nous avons fait retirer ces installations. Le terrain de foot à pavillon. Grâce à ma question parlementaire B242, le fencing rouillé et dangereux, laissé à l'abandon depuis 20 ans, a enfin été remplacé entièrement, sans interrompre les activités sportives. Le sol sécurisé, pardon. Voilà. Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, voilà ce que j'appelle agir concrètement. Voilà ce que signifie une politique de terrain. La rénovation du complexe municipal de résidence Père-Laval, laissé à l'abandon sous le précédent régime, les habitants n'en pouvaient plus. Électricité défectueuse, éclairage inexistant, peinture écaillée, plomberie et sanitaire hors d'usage, tout était à reprendre. Nous avons tout refait. Et ce n'est pas fini. Bientôt, la toiture sera étanchéitée pour en finir avec les infiltrations. Même chose a dit Unaren Lane, un aire de jeu abandonné. Un aire de jeu abandonné, dépourvu de fencing. Incroyable, inimaginable. Une peinture défraîchie, un sol dangereux. C'était inacceptable aujourd'hui, les enfants y jouent en toute sécurité sur un gazon artificiel dans un espace propre, éclairé, entièrement rénové. Eh oui, on l'a fait. Ce n'est pas tout, Madame la Présidente, ce n'est pas tout, chers collègues. Depuis janvier 2025, nous avons reprogrammé les feux de signalisation à Hillcrest Avenue afin de renforcer la sécurité des automobilistes après une trentaine d'accidents recensés à cette intersection. Aujourd'hui, Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, les voitures ne se croisent plus. C'est ça la volonté politique. Tout récemment, nous avons procédé à la réouverture du Old Mocha Road, à côté du cimetière Saint-Jean. Les travaux avaient été retardés sous l'Ancien Régime. Résultat, pas moins de 250 tombes endommagées, un désastre causé par l'incompétence des anciens députés du gouvernement Jagnat au numéro 18. Ils passaient plus de temps à se chamailler qu'à travailler pour le peuple. Le traumatisme reste vif à Colville, où les habitants se souviennent encore des tombes qui avaient fini dans leur cour. Madame la Présidente, je vous le dis, on ne s'arrête pas là. D'autres chantiers majeurs sont en cours, notamment la rénovation complète du terrain de football de bassin, clôture, éclairage, vestiaire, gradins, terrain synthétique, ainsi que le lancement des travaux du centre communautaire de Beau Séjour, entre autres. Pour conclure, je remercie les habitants de Belle-Rose 4 bornes pour leur confiance et leur patience. Ce mandat, Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, ce n'est pas un privilège, c'est une mission. Une mission que je continuerai à honorer sans relâche, sans détour, avec engagement et détermination. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you for gaining more time. We are doing very well. Yes, Honourable Mr. Sukul.
Madam Speaker, today I stand before this August Assembly not to defend a budget, but to champion a revolution that will transform Mauritius from a nation that consumes knowledge to one that creates it, from an economy dependent on others' innovation to one that leads through its own discoveries. Indeed, to my knowledge, it is the first time that a budget has put so much emphasis on research, development, and innovation. Rightly so. This will definitely propel sectors like the bioeconomy. I wish to congratulate the Honourable Prime Minister for crafting such a document despite the limited marge de manœuvre. This budget allows us to move from abyss to prosperity, from financial fiasco to financial fiscal phoenix. True it is that we are forced to reform the BRP and the FTES. But I would like to ask, who is that politician who voluntarily, willingly would like to come up with unpopular measures? If you show me that brave soul, I will show you the one who doesn't know his job description. So, every politician would like to do la bouche du. But unfortunately, the legacy that we had from the previous government, which I call calamidas experts, because they had mastered how to inflate data out of nothing. They have forced us to begin by consolidating our economic foundation. Already in the first year of our 5-year mandate, a task roughly equivalent to rebuilding a house when we know the past tenant is lighting fire in the basement. Madam Speaker, on several occasions, we have heard the opposition talking about the document State of the Economy, which is an official document of the government of Mauritius. For my speech, I want to do some research to find out, for example, from UK, and the reports from UK government is available on the site gov.uk, whether they had name of the people. Unfortunately, I couldn't find one that had the name of the people. The only thing they had was the copyright of the Crown. The opposition, instead of talking about the data the document has, is talking about the cover. They are used to judging a book by its cover. And that's why they're here, in the opposition. It is abundantly clear that rather than engaging with the substantive economic data and analysis contained within that document, the opposition has chosen to focus on the formatting conventions. Let us dig deeper into what the previous government did. I'm convinced, as a mathematician, I'm convinced that they were using calculators of the Stone Age. Let let us not forget what the previous government did. At the time when telephone was attached to a wire, people were free in Mauritius to talk. But during the last 10 years, when the mobile was codeless, people were no more free to talk. That's not all. They have mastered printing of banknotes with such an enthusiasm as if a teenager has got a new console to print banknotes, making our rupee even lighter than a bird which is flying. Their fiscal stewardship resulted in inflation rates that would make even a hot air balloon jealous. Public debts levels that reached astronomical heights, and an economy so creatively managed that even the most optimistic accountants required therapy following the publication of the last few Moody's reports. The leader of the opposition dared to say that this is the worst budget he has ever seen in 25 years. Come on. Let me remind him, as the population, let me remind him and the population that in April 2023, when the leader of the opposition was in government and had already spent 8 years in government, the Competition Commission affirmed that the price of cooking oil, chicken, milk, cheese increased by 26 to 52%. Our government immediately decreased the price of several food items already mentioned by my colleagues. Let us not also forget that Pierre Labour, who was invited by Radio Plus on 7 April 23, un vendredi saint, said, "Li pas vrai qu'il fait une casse les reins la drogue parce que la drogue peut prendre l'ampleur." 8 years had passed in power. And what did they do? They failed miserably in the fight against drugs. This government, immediately after coming into power, took bold measures, especially by setting the National Agency for Drug Policy and Coordination. I was surprised today to hear Honourable Duval saying that, Mauritius is not drug-free. But they were in power for 10 years. What did they do? They worsened the situation. If today you find drugs everywhere, it's because they didn't do anything. In this same National Assembly, on 28th March 2023, the then Minister of Education affirmed that more than 96% of students from extended program had failed. Can you imagine? They had already spent 8 years in government, and they came in this assembly to affirm that the education system has failed. Un aveu d'échec. And above all, how can we forget Serenity, the flop film? The flop film of the flop government that took 140 million rupees of taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, from this depth of financial creativity and to embark on a journey toward genuine prosperity, we are making an appeal to everybody to work with us. As the President Kennedy so eloquently declared when announcing humanity's lunar mission, we choose to go to the moon, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Similarly, we choose fiscal responsibility and not political convenience because financial reality, unfortunately, has a way of being remarkably stubborn. The foundations of this budget may taste somewhat like medicine to some palates. Bitter, but it is necessary. Rest assured, we're going to administer it with the best dose of intentions. We are confident that the eventual harvest will be sweeter than the finest dessert you find in the diplomatic banquets. Today's careful planting of these admittedly unpalatable fiscal rules will yield bountiful economic harvests that our children will enjoy, while fondly remembering our generation that chose long-term wisdom over short-term comfort. We are not merely balancing books. We are rebalancing the future itself. Unlike members of the other side of the assembly, of this assembly, who are purporting that the work did not start immediately after the election, let me remind them. In my ministry, we set up 7 committees right after the election. First, to look at our research strategy, because we want to ensure that research becomes a pillar for this country. We had a second committee on branding and marketing, because we would like Mauritius to be also known for its higher education and research. Third, we set up a committee on TVET and pathways, so that technical education becomes the first choice, that they have the dignity. We have also set up a committee on internationalization, which appeared in the government program. So, how to ensure that Mauritius is ready to accommodate international students. We had a committee on science diplomacy, study in Mauritius, and finally teaching and learning, because we realized that there are universities, higher education institutions that were deciding on their own the number of hours they could teach, the number of hours they could do online. So we had to put some order, and therefore we set up these committees. The findings were presented at the Higher Education Summit held on 4th to 6th June 2025. We are not waiting for the plan that will eventually come, that will be eventually developed to start implementing. We are already implementing. For example, we have already started with the National Research Week. For the first time in Mauritius, we've got the higher education, all the higher education institutions to work together for the National Research Week. We have also signed a historic agreement with the QAA UK. It's for the first time. It's for the first time that we sign an agreement with QAA UK so that British universities offering their program, either directly or through their partners, wouldn't have to go through double accreditation. I heard the leader of opposition during his speech saying that we are introducing AI without proper regulatory framework. False. The guidelines for the use of AI in tertiary education has already been developed with the stakeholders. The Higher Education Commission has already come up with the guidelines for the use of AI in higher education. Contrairement à ce que l'honorable leader de l'opposition a dit hier sur l'intelligence artificielle, le gouvernement ne fonce pas la tête baissée. We have also signed, as I said, an agreement with many other universities. in order to strengthen the partnership. Madam Speaker, there exists a phrase so perilous that I wish government would come with a health warning. The phrase is, we have always done it this way. The opposition parties have embraced this mantra with great enthusiasm. They champion the time-honored traditions of borrowing money like teenagers with a first credit card, accumulating public debt with the determination of a collector hunting rare stamps, and practicing fiscal responsibility, or I should say irresponsibility, with all the precision of a blindfolded dart player. This budget boldly rejects the quaint notion that small island states must forever play the role of civilization adorable sidekicks. Charming, perhaps, but never the hero of the innovation story. We refuse to accept that our geographic coordinates somehow limit our intellectual attitude. The real challenge, as it turns out, is not hatching brilliant new ideas overnight. The Herculean task is prying ourselves away from the comfortable embrace of outdated thinking, which clings to us like a well-meaning but overly affectionate relative at a family gathering. We categorically reject the premise that Mauritius must remain perpetually seated at the global knowledge buffet, politely sampling what others have prepared for us. Instead, we choose to don the chef's hat and start working on innovations that will have the world asking for our recipe. As Winston Churchill so eloquently proclaimed during Britain's least convenient historical moment, the empires of the future are the empires of the mind. Today, with this budget, we commence construction of Mauritius' intellectual empire. Madam Speaker, this budget transcends the mundane task of funding education. We are investing in something far more ambitious, the radical act of thinking itself, the audacious pursuit of innovation, and the delightfully subversive business of transformation. Madam Speaker, the centerpiece of our transformation is the establishment of the National Research and Innovation Institute, the NRI. This is not merely another institution. It is the beating heart of our innovation ecosystem. When Singapore, right in 1991, established its Agency for Science, Technology and Research, they made a decisive commitment to research excellence. Today, they are globally recognized as an innovation hub. As Singapore's founding Prime Minister, Lee Kuan Yew, proclaimed, the quality of a nation's human resources is the decisive factor in its development. Our NRII will coordinate, consolidate, and catalyze. Where we had fragmented efforts, we will now have focused excellence. Where we once had isolated research, we will now have integrated innovation. The 200 million research fund represents an unprecedented increase in government research funding. To contextualize this investment, South Korea, for example, South Korea increased their research and development investment between the years 2000 and 2019, directly contributing to their transformation from a developing to a developed economy. We are positioning Mauritius on a similar trajectory. As Marie Curie said, research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. We are investing the 200 million, not just in research, but in revolutionary thinking and innovative policy crafting. Through NRII, we choose to lead and not to follow. Madam Speaker, we have set ourselves an ambitious target to double our foreign population within 3 years. Some call it audacious, I call it inevitable. The global evidence is compelling. Australia's international education sector contributes 25 billion Australian dollars to the economy, making education the 4th largest export. Similar for New Zealand, where it contributes 4 billion, where it contributed 4 billion in 2019, creating 6,000 jobs. And in Canada, contributed around 30 billion to the economy in 2022. Malaysia, which is one of the reference countries for us, which has transformed itself into a knowledge hub, despite receiving 130,000 to 170,000, has set a target for itself for receiving 250,000 students by the end of this year. In Mauritius, we already have all the necessary advantages that most education hubs lack. Peace, political stability, English as an official language, multicultural society, strategic location, and most importantly, a government committed to educational excellence. The new hall of residence at Rodrigues is not just an accommodation. It is a declaration that we welcome the world to learn with us. When students from Madagascar, Seychelles, Réunion, and beyond choose Mauritius, they bring not just their fees in foreign currency, they bring their dreams, perspectives, and futures. Our Study in Mauritius brand will position us as the education destination of choice in the Indian Ocean and beyond, just as Study in Canada, Study in Australia have become global brands. Unfortunately, I must admit that we are very late. We create a brand today, it's not going to create magic tomorrow, but nothing has been done over the last 10 years. So it's better we start it now. Madam Speaker, we stand at the threshold of the 4th industrial revolution. AI is not coming. AI is already here. The question is not whether we will adapt, but how quickly we will lead. Making AI a mandatory module across all public higher education curricula is a world-first initiative. While other countries debate AI ethics, and I heard the leader of opposition yesterday taking that statement, we are embedding AI literacy in our national DNA. Institutions like McKinsey and PwC already project that AI will contribute around $15 trillion to the global economy by 2030. More than the current output of China and India combined. The AI pioneer, Ning, emphasizes AI is the new electricity. Just as electricity transformed almost everything 100 years ago, today I actually have a hard time thinking of an industry that I don't think AI will transform in the next several years. Our graduates will not just enter the job market, they will create it. They will not just use AI, they will develop it. They will not just adapt to change, they will drive it. Madam Speaker, the 438 million infrastructure investment represents most probably the largest single investment in educational infrastructure in our nation's history. Modern infrastructure is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Cambridge University's computer science building cost 75,000 million pounds and position them as a global tech leader. We are making proportionally similar investment. Our research laboratories will endeavor to rival those of the best universities. Our digital learning facilities will prepare students for tomorrow's economy. As Victor Hugo wrote, he who opens a school door closes a prison. We are opening doors to infinite possibilities. Madam Speaker, excellence is not negotiable. The amendments to the Higher Education Act proposed in the budget, including the recognition of micro-credentials, position us at the forefront of educational innovation. The global micro-credential market is projected to reach $20 billion by 2030. LinkedIn reports that skill-based hiring has increased by 76% since 2019. By recognizing micro-credentials, we are not following trends, we are setting them. As said by the business guru Peter Drucker, the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. What traditional credentials don't capture is the growing importance of specific targeted skills. IBM's Build platform has trained over 30 million people globally. Google certificate programs have become industry gold standards. I must say, after our Prime Minister announced that our students will follow AI module, the UK Prime Minister announced on 9th of June that 7.5 million of employees will have to follow a module on AI over up to 2030. So we were ahead of them then. So the review of the free tertiary education scheme is a strategic optimization. Unfortunately, the leader of the opposition in his speech said, "Beaucoup vont abandonner." We have reassured that all the students, part-time or full-time, who are already registered in public higher education institutions, will continue to benefit from free tertiary education. Ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui, c'est garantir la pérennité du système, surtout après des années de mauvaise gestion budgétaire. Madam Speaker, the 70 million annual allocation to the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council over 5 years demonstrates our unwavering commitment to research excellence. To contextualize this investment, let me give a few examples. Finland spends 2.7% of GDP on R&D and ranks among the world's most innovative countries. Denmark spends 3.1% and leads in sustainable innovation. Our per capita research investment is well on track to approach these benchmarks. As the inventor Edison proclaimed, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. We are investing in both research and innovation. Through MRC, we are preparing minds for groundbreaking discoveries. Switzerland, despite its small size, consistently ranks as the world's most innovative country, spending 4.3% of GDP on research with strong university-industry link. Madam Speaker, Our incentives package to attract foreign research labs is generating international interest. I hope, just as BMW established their research center in Singapore, it brought investment, knowledge transfer, and supply chain development. When Google opened their AI research lab in Zurich, it transformed Switzerland's tech ecosystem. The premium investment certificate for research labs, coupled with fast-track permits, infrastructure access, creates an ecosystem where global research meets local innovation. This is how Singapore became a pharmaceutical hub, how Ireland became a technology center, and how Mauritius will become an innovation destination. Madam Speaker, the arithmetic of education investment is compelling. Every dollar spent in higher education generates $3 to $7 in economic growth, according to OECD. If we successfully double our international student population from the current levels to 6,000, the direct economic impact would be very commendable. The indirect benefits, job creation, cultural exchange, knowledge spillovers would double. Madam Speaker, the Nobel Prize winner Paul Rumor demonstrated that economic growth occurs whenever people take resources and rearrange them in ways that make them more valuable. Education is indeed the ultimate rearrangement of human resources. Reputation is not built overnight, but it can be lost in a moment. We are building Mauritius' reputation as a serious education destination, a credible research hub, and a reliable partner in knowledge creation. When international students return home as alumni, they become ambassadors. When researchers publish papers with Mauritian affiliation, they elevate our profile. When innovations emerge from our laboratories, they enhance our credibility. Madam Speaker, we bear responsibility to future generations. They will judge us not by obstacles we faced, but the opportunities we created. They will measure us not by the problems we inherited, but the solutions we bequeathed. Students entering universities today will graduate in a world we can barely imagine. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology, space explorations, these are not distant possibilities, but immediate realities. We must prepare our students not just for jobs that exist today, but for careers that will emerge tomorrow. As said by John Dewey, education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. Today we breathe new life into Mauritian education. Madam Speaker, the theme of this budget, From Abyss to Prosperity, Building the Bridge to the Future, shows that education is that bridge. Research is the foundation. Innovation is the pathway. We stand at a crossroads. We can choose mediocrity and accept our current position, or we can choose excellence and claim our rightful place among the world's educational and innovation leaders. The budget measures presented represent more than financial allocation. They represent our faith in Mauritius, our confidence in our people, and our commitment to our nation. I do not ask members merely to approve this budget. I ask you all to embrace this vision. we seek your partnership in building the future. Together, we will establish the National Research Innovation Institute as a symbol of excellence. Together, we will double our international student population and establish Mauritius as a regional education hub. Together, we will integrate AI across all curricula and prepare our graduates for the future economy. Together, we will invest in modern infrastructure. Together, we will transform Mauritius from a consumer of knowledge to a creator of innovation. As Martin Luther King Jr. declared, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at the times of challenge and controversy. Today, we stand for educational excellence, research innovation, and national transformation. The future of Mauritius is not predetermined. It is our choice. With these budget measures, we choose excellence, we choose innovation, we choose transformation, we choose to build a bridge to prosperity. The future starts today. The bridge to prosperity begins here, as Mahatma Gandhi taught us. Be the change you want to see in the world. Today, Mauritius becomes the change the world needs to see. I commend this budget to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Junior Minister. Mr. Pierre. Honourable Pierre, please.
Mrs. Speaker, there's a lot of stress on all honourable members in those last days and weeks since the presentation of the appropriate bill, the first reading. We've been in the press, on social media, and we can all feel that burden. I tried to prepare a speech, and I could not have a structure to it. Today, the road is angry. We can see social media going in all directions. We've all been in the press. Junior ministers, Minister Résistance Alternative, the DPM, the Prime Minister. I should correct myself, not everyone is angry. There's a little group of people which is very happy, taking benefit of what's happening today. Let me, at the outset, mention that I stand by my Prime Minister and I stand by this government. I don't want to be Alfred Hitchcock. You know, I heard yesterday on social media there was a gentleman in front of Parliament, a maçon. And I've been, in the very beginning of my career, maçon. J'ai été casseur de pierre. And I can tell you that I thought I will start my speech on tourism, the topic that I really cherish. Mais je serais lâche et fuir devant mes responsabilités sans parler du BRP, le sujet qui fait actualité en ce moment. Vous savez, un maçon, quand il a terminé un plafond, ce n'est même pas 60 ans qu'il attend, le lendemain, il ne peut même pas aller travailler. Et je pense à tous ces milliers de personnes qui, après l'annonce du budget, se sont dit « Qu'est-ce que je vais faire? Où trouverai-je le courage d'aller travailler? Encore 1 an, 2 ans, 3 ans, 4 ans, 5 ans. » Vous savez, some weeks prior to nomination day, I sent a message to Prime Minister, and I said to Prime Minister, I'm still in doubt, not sure if I'd run for election. And he called me, and he said, I need you in Parliament. I'll do whatever I can to get you elected, but I need you in Parliament. And Prime Minister, maybe it's this day today, and even if this is my last speech, and even if this is our last mandate, young politician, probably this country in this particular hour need this government. Joseph de Maistre, je crois, a dit « Chaque pays mérite son gouvernement ». Je crois que le temps est venu pour ce pays d'avoir ce gouvernement. Vous savez, un jour, j'avais dit au Premier ministre, « You know, Mauritius needs you. Maybe a last time. You know why? I didn't know what I was saying at that time. » Mais je me pose la question aujourd'hui, est-ce qu'il y aurait un Premier ministre qui aurait eu, je ne dirai pas les mots que je pense, mais le cran et le courage de prendre les décisions que nous sommes en train de prendre aujourd'hui. I have not intention to make you laugh or cry, because it's a very important topic, because in 3 days, the people will be in the road following, je ne me souviens plus qui a dit, je crois que c'est mon ami l'honorable Coogan, le loup, dans la bergerie, je ne sais pas où se tiendra la manifestation. Mais c'est très important de comprendre. On joue avec les chiffres, l'opposition joue avec les chiffres. Oui, c'est dur, les décisions que nous prenons aujourd'hui. Mais nous aurons la responsabilité devant l'histoire si nous ne prenons pas ces mesures. Ne parlons pas que d'1 an, 2 ans, 3 ans, 4 ans, 5 ans. Mais parlons des gens. Si nous sommes demain en défaut de paiement, je ne suis pas aussi éminent que mon ami Reza ou Kougan pour parler des chiffres. Mais je sais que nous frôlons, si nous ne sommes pas encore, il a bien dit, il est étonné que Moody's ne nous a pas encore enlevé notre rating. Défaut de paiement, plus d'argent pour payer, l'éducation, la santé. Et je vous le dis, mon cœur est brisé quand je pense aux gens qui auraient dû toucher la pension. Mais vous savez quoi? You know why I'm standing by my Prime Minister and by my government? Because this man I met in 2017, the first day we did not agree on all items, and we still don't agree on all items. But I told him, I know that this man will stand for les plus vulnérables, pour ceux qui ont vraiment besoin. C'est pour ça que ce n'est pas la peur de ne pas être élu. Non, ce n'est pas, and I'm saying it. Nous n'avons pas peur de ne pas être réélus. No, we are not here for that. Yeah. If I'm not re-elected, if you're not re-elected, we go back to work. And you know what? I don't want to mention that here because I can see a lot of people talking about our cars, per diem, etc., etc. You know what? Being here, it's a real sacrifice. Financial sacrifice, not only for me, for a lot of us, CEOs of companies, because this country now, in this particular time, needed that government, this sacrifice. Honourable Damrin been in the press. Junior ministers been in the press. People thinking we are earning a lot of big salaries in this current budget. But this country needed this team. And I ask the population of Mauritius who is listening to me today to really make the difference between this team and this team. This is the real difference. And the journalists and all those joining them, and you know what, there won't be any pressure. We don't have SSTs. No, you can't go because this is a democracy, you know. And you know what? I was not in Mauritius, I was following what was happening. Social media, I didn't put any posts on Facebook. But you know what? The people, this little group of people, fought. But there's 4 different parties, symbol in this alliance. Ils pensaient que cette alliance allait faillir. Non. Le leader de l'opposition a repris une citation de Jean-Pierre Chevènement. Si tu es ministre, tu fermes ta gueule ou tu démissionnes. Non. Nous, on est solidaires, puisque nous sommes dans le gouvernement. Ministres, députés, nous sommes solidaires. Ils pensaient qu'une brèche allait s'ouvrir. Ce n'est pas le cas. Puisque, et je salue le courage de mes amis, Réelle Résistance et Alternative. Vous avez été lynchés dans la presse, j'ai suivi. Mais nous sommes avec vous. Nous avons peut-être un différent symbole. Nous sommes avec vous. DPM, nous sommes avec vous. Damri, honorable Damri, nous sommes avec toi. Nous sommes solidaires. Puisque pour relever ce défi, nous avons besoin de la solidarité. Anyway, notre cœur est brisé. Parce que, excusez-moi Madame la Présidente de reprendre les paroles d'une chanson comme une citation, et ces salauds ont mis le feu dans le paradis. Cette bombe a déjà éclaté. Je ne vais pas citer les chiffres. Je crois que l'île Maurice a pris par cœur 642 milliards, la dette publique 90% de notre PIB. Et je m'en passe de tous les chiffres que tous mes collègues et tous les amis vont citer. C'est ça la réalité qui nous amène aujourd'hui. Il a raison, l'honorable Kogan. Oui, nous avons le choix de ne pas prendre cette décision, puisque c'est un choix. Mais que faisons-nous? Que faisons-nous? L'opposition de la chaise vide. Que faisons-nous? Est-ce que au Champ de Mars, dimanche, ou je ne sais pas où ce sera, est-ce qu'il y aura des valises de billets de tout cet argent qui ont été volés? Et je ne dis pas ça pour faire rire ou pleurer, mais c'est important. C'est la vérité. Maurice, Madame la Présidente, je m'arrête ici sur le sujet de la BAP, parce que je souhaiterais parler du tourisme qui me passionne. Et c'est pour cette raison, vous savez, paix à son âme, j'ai demandé à mon papa, when the call to be in politics came, he said to me, you know what, it's difficult, because our family been destroyed because of politics. He said, you know what, mets-tu en devoir to give back to your country what your country gave you. And if you think this is why we are here, it's here for a purpose, do it. And then I decided to join it, and I'm very happy. and Honourable Richard Duval and myself, for the last weeks now, we've been traveling in the same car, we've been moving together because there's been a lot being said about what's happening in tourism. No, you know what? You've seen us, you know why? You know? Yes, of course, all of us, backbenchers and junior ministers, when we knew that we would not be ministers, we were disappointed. That's for sure. Let's call a spade, yes. But we are here to serve. And you really think, a minute, and I hope my Prime Minister didn't think that because I'm not minister, I will let that industry which represents almost 9% of our GDP down. Let me give you some figures now. We've been sharing figures, we've been talking. And if you want to talk about my colleagues asked me where my notes. These are my notes. Okay. The state of economy. It's my minister and myself who wrote the page 40. Let me write to you everything that's wrong with industry. Labor shortage. Page 40, state of economy. We can sign it and give a copy to the leader of opposition if required. Limited air connectivity. Expensive destination, shortage, accommodation, lack of planning for hotel development, unregulated tourist accommodation, heavy reliance on traditional market, limited tourism product, climate change. If you listen to me on radio, all my interviews, I always mention, I've been tasked by, because this is the real definition. I don't like the word junior minister, means delegate, deputy minister if you want. I've been tasked by. Because if he does not ask me to do, not later than today, I sent a note to MTPA again. You know, I will talk about Mr. Speaker. How much more time I have?
Oh my
Please.
dear. I'll tell you in a minute.
Sorry? 7 minutes. Okay, let me tell the country where we are standing as an industry. And you knew where we were.
You got time.
For those of you who are passionate about tourism, and read, there's a paper this weekend that appeared on the same page. 2 different journalists give 2 copies. 2 different copies of our situation. So I'm asking the people now, 8 minutes, thank you. The people now to analyze. Analyze on tourism, on the economy, and not to listen to what they're saying, and to look at the figures, because it is very important, you know. And I really thank the people of Mauritius that on 10th of November, they made the right choice. Because just imagine, just a minute, if that government would have been in power. You know, we talk about Moody's. I don't even want to think about where we would have been today. This is a document of l'ARIM, l'Association des hôteliers, des hôtels et restaurateurs de l'île Maurice, official, issued on 1 June. You know, this is a forecast, where everybody is saying, yes, the situation is not good. And I will take one quote from that journalist in Weekend. Maurice ne va pas mal, mais sa situation elle ne va pas assez bien pour continuer son transformation. And this is what we've been doing. It's here in A Bridge to the Future, transforming the industry. And see, we've started already. We were not waiting for the budget. Since the first day we took office, we've been meeting private sectors, we've been meeting DMCs, we've been meeting, and you know what? Pressure on us about budget, and it's a mistake. We did not go to ITB, we did not go to ATM, but we need to invest. We need to invest. We need to invest in all those pillars that will bring revenue. This is responsible business people, responsible government. We need to invest. That's why we are investing 541 million on promotion. People think it's 900 million. No, promotion is only 541 million on promotion. And it's not a lot of money, I can tell you, but it is something that, if managed properly, we will have the desired results. Because just bear in mind that the previous budget was dedicated to one hotel only. You remember that. I don't want to mention names here, but you know where our marketing was going. Now, the team, under the leadership of Honourable Richard Duval, we are really scrutinizing every single activity. It's not later than today. I sent him a letter to that to be sent to MTPA. We will scrutinize every single activity, every single market. You know what? We're talking of a budget of current economy, but there's a crisis actually in Israel and in Iran. And for those of you who've lived the time of George Bush and Iraq, you remember we had an issue with European market. And European market today represents 64% of our tourist arrival. We are working on diversifying those markets. Africa, which is next door, Eastern Middle East market, Iranian market. We have a long list of initiatives. Because what happens if European cannot come to Mauritius? We need to have a B plan. So let me conclude on giving you those numbers. I'm very nervous when I talk about tourism because June 2024, today, we are in June. For the month of June, l'ARIM, which represents 79%, the sampling of hotels, excluding the informal sector. The hotels, 14,000 rooms, represent 54% of our business, 45% the informal sector. So this l'ARIM is forecasting for the month of June 67%. So this 67%, I'm being recorded, for June 69%. So this 69% is 6 points more than last year, 6 occupancy points. I'm not giving you all the figures, 6 occupancy points. So this same forecast, in February, I went back and looked where we were standing in February, just for you to see what our ministry has been doing. In February, we were standing at 26 compared to 29, and we were 3 occupancy points behind last year. Whereas today, we are 6 points ahead. I can give you all those numbers until the month of October, but let me give you the good news. We are 26 occupancy points ahead from June to October 25. Yes, not everything is rosy, is great, but there's a team under the leadership of the Prime Minister really bringing all the pillars of the economy in the right direction, because otherwise we won't survive that crisis that's waiting for us ahead. You know what? I will conclude, Mrs. Speaker, because I have no track on time. I will conclude saying that, you know, we have a long way to go, 5 years. Yes, Mr. Asiabaden promised that electricity will go down after 3 months. Yes, my friend Honourable Siken came with a shushu in Parliament. Yes, it's true. Let's call it. This is all we said that. Yeah. Okay, yes, Honourable Jitan mentioned about this Bhojpuri word that Weetabix was still keep increasing. This is the reality. And this is what we wanted to do if we had the means. But Honourable Utim yesterday explained clearly that this government inflate their revenue and they did not have a look at their expenses, which were going in all directions. Let's, you know, the words of truth is the one that will guide this population, because that team there and all the people going in Port Louis, they are not saying the truth to the population. We are telling the truth. We are coming with figures. We are coming with fact. We are coming with plans, with proposal. And I'm very glad, Mr. Prime Minister, that you instituted these two committees to take care of those that really in need. I've looked at the budget and those who have incapacity not able to work. Because this government, we are really compassionate and we have empathy for these people compared to the other team over there. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Honourable Babaji, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are here standing today in this House to debate the Appropriation Bill 2025-2026. And as my friend just said, there are lots of gossips, there are lots of rumors, there are lots of manipulation outside on the road. But as a team here, we are all together, trusted by the public, to change the life of those people. And people need to understand that we are not the alliance of les peuples to give everything or to proffer everything for free. We are here to build the bridge, as we said, and we need to understand that when we got the election on the 11th of November, and when this team came to this House, they had to analyze the going government's performance, and that's why we had the state of the economy. And we had a choice. We are at the junction of a road where either we bring more skeletons in the cupboard or we change it to build the future of the next generation coming next to us. Madam Speaker, I shall start my speech today by quoting this famous expression of general truth. Odo ab chaos. These three words have echoed through centuries of human civilization. This is a general truth which means order after the chaos. And we had 10 years of chaos behind us. And it is time to react or not to react. By chaos, we refer to the chaotic economic wreckage of a faltering Le Pen government, left for the present government, scarred by fiscal mismanagement and marked by the quiet suffering nation, led down by a leader who lacked vision. Madam Speaker, we need to understand that a budget is not just an annual financial statement of the financial year detailing government income and expenditure. It's about thinking about the future It's about thinking about reforms. It's about thinking about new pillars, new economic pillars for the next generation coming. And to do all this, we need reforms. We need bold reforms. The 2019-2024 government, despite being much conscious of the economic realities, promised the moon and sun to specific chunks of the electorate. And we all know when they promised the 14-month bonus, which chunk of electorate they were looking for. When they promised for pensions, the BRP, that's what they are debating, which chunk of electorate they are looking for. It was all like Alice in Wonderland with the electorate out of touch with realities. But the people outside the population were not in their favor, and they gave a full lesson, a good lesson to them by infliging a 60-0 to the Alliance for Change. Let's have a look at how they finished the financial part of our government. The national debt is fast approaching the annual GDP of the country. Budget deficits were deliberately camouflaged to a minimum, and trade deficits and balance of payments reaching unsustainable levels. Under the ancient regime, Mauritius had reached a situation where the IMF, the World Bank, and Moody's were threatening to intervene. The IMF had already instructed the Bank of Mauritius to pull out of the Mauritius Investment Corporation, the MIC, as the role of the former was deemed to be incompatible with that of the MIC. But the authorities ignored the IMF directives and went ahead with their plan. Today, we know the extent of dilapidation that went on the MIC and the amount of funds transferred to Dubai and elsewhere in the United Arab Emirates in private accounts. If we are in that position today, Madam the Speaker, the result is the 10 years of incompetency of that government. After the chaos, now let us take the firm commitment to rebuild the real order. Today, under the steady hand of our Prime Minister, the Dr. Navin Chandra Rampulam, we stand at the start of a new chapter with the 2025-2026 budget. And the chaos ends here, the rebuilding begins now. We all know that globally, life expectation is increasing. The proportion of old age pensioners to the declining number of workers to sustain one pensioner, the old age pension budget is becoming unbearable. It is high time to bring bold reforms, and today I'm proud to have two experienced leaders, especially one who is the most experienced with the number of years in this House, and also we have in front of us a number of seniors who knows the economy of Mauritius since decades. And those members who are all in the cabinet are not timid, they are not faint-hearted, and also a competent team to act according to the facts we have seen in the statement of the economy. And now we take our stand. This is where our resurgence begins. In this government, we do not recoil from chaos. We work to transform it. One of the fundamental values of Alliance du Changement is that we do not fear the cause, but to confront it within the intention to rebuilding the bridge to the future. A bridge to the future is more than some words of wisdom. It is a vision of meaningful blueprint for transformation, which requires guts and courage and determination as a strong steel. It calls for a deeper kind of order, one built on the pillars of justice, anchored in truth, and sustained by equality. It envisions a society not ruled by dominance, but united by a shared harmony. A harmony that echoes across every community, that reaches every citizen and every corner of our nation. Madam Speaker, today I stand with a profound sense of duty, pride, and conviction to support the 2025-2026 budget speech, delivered with clarity, courage, and compassion by the Honourable Prime Minister. From abyss to prosperity, rebuilding the bridge to the future. It's not just a mere title on a document. It is the emergence of your new philosophy, and it is a clarion call for utter transformation. It reflects our collective will to move from the brink of collapse to the dawn of renewal. It reflects the character of a government that listens, that acts, and that leads with long-term visions. When the people of Mauritius entrusted us with their vote, they were not merely seeking a change of faces. They were demanding a change of fate. What we inherited was a fragile economy, record public debt, and a people losing hope. The whole nation is expecting that this government comes with daring measures so that to take the country out from being red-listed by international organizations. What we offer through this budget is a new covenant, a renewed social contract centered on inclusion, dignity, and bold reforms. Madam Speaker, Mauritius is miles away from being autonomous. We therefore need good partnerships and strategic alliances. This budget strategically elevates Mauritius as a pivotal actor in the Indian Ocean geopolitical architecture. The 8 newly ratified bilateral agreements with India, spanning critical sectors including tertiary education exchange programs, integrated healthcare system development, and joint maritime domain awareness initiatives, constitute a comprehensive framework for shared prosperity. These instruments operationalize our parallel commitment to democratic governance and regional stability, creating institutional linkages that transcends transactional diplomacy. These are not just documents signed in ceremony. They are the building blocks of a new regional order where Mauritius stands as an equal partner, shaping the future through shared democratic values, mutual respect, and prove that small nation can wield big influence. Our partnership model demonstrates how middle powers can leverage shared democratic principles into concrete multilateral gains. We have rewritten the rules of international cooperation. Rather than accepting handouts, we are creating exchanges where both nations win. Our strategic location and maritime expertise, together with technology and knowledge that will power our future. This is how small nations grow mighty, by turning every asset into opportunity. The world is taking notice, not of what we need, but what we offer. When global powers seek Mauritius partnership, they are recognizing our value as keepers of vital sea lanes, models of multicultural democracy, and innovators in sustainable development. These agreements prove we are no longer just participants in the international system. We are becoming architects of it. Every clause signed represents another step towards our destiny. Not as a small island nation, but as a giant of the Indian Ocean. As an island nation, climate change is not an abstraction. It is a lived reality. It is the rising tide lapping at our doorsteps. The bleaching coral in our lagoons, the unseasonal storms battering our shores. This budget faces that truth head-on with real solutions. The corporate climate responsibility levy is not just another tax. It is our collective insurance policy, directly funding the fight to save our homeland. Every rupee will show up our beaches against the hungry waves, power homes with clean Mauritian sunshine instead of foreign oil, and protect the unique wildlife that makes Mauritius not to sit idle while the climate crisis worsens. We will lead, we will innovate, and we will act. The world may debate climate change, we are too busy defending our future. While others talk, we are planting mangroves. While others hesitate, we are building solar farms. This is the Mauritian way, seeing the danger clearly. And now I need to point out, I need to salute the Minister of Environment for the action he took to clean Île Bénitier.
Minister of Environment.
The action he took to clean Île Bénitier together with the junior minister. I'm saying the action you took to clean Île Bénitier after having closed it for 3 months, but now people are happy, and especially our mandates. They were thinking they were doing. This is seeing the danger clearly. Then rolling up our sleeves to outsmart it. Our children will not inherit excuses, they will inherit solutions. The time for action is not coming, it is here, and Mauritius is not just participating. We are pioneering with vital initiatives. That is coastal rehabilitation, clean energy programs, and environmental preservation. This is how we protect our beaches, safeguard our biodiversity, and prepare for a greener tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I will now conclude by a call to unity and purpose. The chaos was the delusional situation, the economic vandalism, and the economic wasteland left by the precedent government. A landscape of broken premises and plundered potential, where the only growth industry was despair. I will conclude by saying that CAOS meets its budget in budget 2025-2026, not just numbers on a page, but a declaration of war against failure itself. In this visionary document, the Prime Minister has done what few leaders dare. He has looked into the abyss and answered with audacity, and has re-established the order. This is the budget that will lift Mauritius by its bootstraps and make our nation breathe again. I stand in awe of a leader who, amidst global storms, has charted a course not just to survival, but to supremacy. A leader who understands that true statesmanship isn't about popularity. It's about having the courage to redistribute when others would hold, to reform when others would retreat, to dream big when others would settle for small. This budget carries the fingerprints of that rare political bravery, the kind that transforms nations. The people of Mauritius are not just watching, they are waiting for the medicine to reach the clinics, waiting for the paychecks to feed their families, waiting for the light at the end of a very long tunnel. This budget is neither the light nor the tunnel. It is the catalyst, which will help to shorten the tunnel so that the whole nation sees the rising lights in couples of years. There is no perfect budget, Madam Speaker. There is right budget, and this budget, the right one at the right time, pulsating with purpose. It's our covenant that no Mauritian will be left behind in the march to prosperity. As our Prime Minister's words echo through this August Assembly, we will rebuild, we will rise together. Let them also echo in everyone's home, where a mother's budgets every rupee, every shop where an entrepreneur chases their dream, every classroom where our children imagine the future. This is more than a budget. It's our redemption song. I will quote Martin Luther King, who said, I open quote, all progress is precarious, and the solution of one problem brings us face to face with another problem. End quote. We remain confident that with the trust of the population placed in us, we shall overcome any problem that shall arise. With every conviction in my soul, I commend this blueprint for national resurrection to the House and to the courageous people of Mauritius who deserve nothing less than the extraordinary future we will build together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very good timing indeed. I understand that some members who were to talk this evening are not going to talk, but Honourable Sikuen will be moving for
Madam
the adjournment.
Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the debates.
Yes, the question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Adjournment of the House, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to tomorrow, Thursday, the 19th of June at 11:30.
The question is that the House be adjourned to Thursday, 19th of June at 11:30 a.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned. Ah ben, très bien.